Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, my favorite gamer words. Tonight's Monday stream. Hope you're having a good day today and a wonderful weekend. Unless you live in Minnesota, then it probably was actually hell. But if you don't live in Minnesota, it probably was wonderful. At least I hope it was wonderful. Then again, we had a massive snowstorm that covered like half the United States. So it probably actually wasn't that good. Okay, regardless of where you live and what happened in your life, I hope it actually was better than what God was intending it to be, okay? Uh, welcome in everybody. Um at least if it was a bad week, I will hopefully stay better for you. Because at least you don't live in Minnesota. I imagine most of you don't. Unless then once again you do. And then I'm back to my original statement. So I don't know what I'm saying at this point. Okay, well, we're on for a ride. We are on for the ride of our life these past few days. So, the amount of people who were like crying for civil war on Saturday was absolutely insane. But did it happen? No, of course it. Nothing ever happened. Except ICE keep on shooting more people, but that always happens. Anyways, uh, Minneapolis isn't all of Minnesota. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Have I been to Minnesota before? I've been to Wisconsin before. That I can't remember. I don't think I've ever actually been to Minnesota. I've been to most of the states. I think last time I counted, I've been to like 36, 7, something along those lines when it comes to the states. But I don't think Minnesota is one. No, I've heard it's really pretty. Minus, the Twin Cities. Though they used to be great. Like Mall of America, all that fun stuff. Before the Somalian invasion came in. So, oh boy, it's more talking about my dumpster fire estate. Yay! Actually, yeah. So the thumbnail isn't lying. I'm getting tired of Minnesota. I think it's like my fourth or fifth stream of Minnesota so far. And it will basically be the entirety of the stream because there's so much to parse through over these past few days. And so, like, I've been looking for other things to talk about before this weekend, just because it's like, okay, so no offense to those in Minnesota, but I feel like your state's kind of a lost cause. Like, I feel like it's turning into like Portland and Seattle, where there's always some sort of leftist violence bullshit happening there, and then at a certain point people just kind of give up talking about it because, okay, it's just another day that ends in Y in Portland and Seattle. Happening with Minnesota. At least that's how I feel about it, at least. Cause it's just like, okay, so yeah, leftists are violent. Whoop-de-doo, they're protesting ICE and rioting. Oh, whoop-de-doo, okay, that's what they always do, isn't it? Until, people get shot, and then it's like, oh, okay, things are heating up. And then, like, everybody was talking Saturday, they went, like, I had the collab with Spoon Moon, which, by the way, those who missed it, the reason why there was quote unquote no stream on Saturday for kicking YouTube bros is because it was a Rumble only stream with Spoon aristocratic utensil. I have to stop calling him Spoon Moon when I'm doing these like official announcements, so go check that VOD out. We did not react to the video, but we did talk and fuck around and just discuss a bunch of whole different things. So it was lots of fun. Recommend checking it out when you get a chance. But it's just like, then people are like, it's civil war, Maul, civil war, and I'm just like, listen, it's not really civil war. I highly doubt anything's actually gonna be happening. Now, I would agree that we are in a lukewarm civil war. It's not like a cold civil war, because a cold civil war is kind of like the culture war, right? The Gamergate days from back for like 2014, 15, and 16. Right, that's what it would be like a cold civil war would be, was the culture war, where we're fighting over who is dominance in the culture and how society should be structured in that case. Now over the years, we have, since like 2020, I would probably say, and I know the left was actually really violent back in, before 2020, but I feel like that's when it ramped up to more of a lukewarm civil war, where like there's violence on the streets on a regular basis. The left is obviously burning cities down. People are dying. No-go zones. All the fun stuff, and it's happening on a relatively regular basis. but the right's not doing anything to fight back. The Patriot Front isn't actually going in there swinging punches. They used to way back in the day, but there's a two-tier system that we have, so that didn't last very long. So it's just the left basically has complete control over this, and the right's not really doing anything, which is good, right? Civil war bad, violence bad. All those qualifiers in asterisk I have to say. But I do genuinely believe, because I don't exactly want people being murdered on the streets, and having a full scale civil war. Though I am kind of aware that that's the way things are going, even if I disavow it. In this case. But that's why I call it lukewarm, because the one side's not actually fighting it back. And the federal government's not really doing anything to snuff out the left. So it's just kind of like we're in this weird gray area where the left is the left and they're violent, but nothing's really stopping them from it, and we just kind of sit here with our thumbs up our asses. So here we go. Trump admin has no balls. Yeah, I mean, there's been updates today, and we will get to the Trump administration updates. But I will go over what happened over the weekend first, and then we'll get into Trump stuff. And then some other things, because a lot of shit has gone down overall this past weekend, and there's not gonna be too much foreplay today, just because there is so much, a lot of videos to watch, lots of commentary, all these different things that has been happening here. However, I do have a few announcements first. A few announcements first before we actually get into the nitty gritty. The first one is that on Wednesday I will be on Broken Crown with Spoon Woon, aristocratic utensil, that dude. I just say that dude. It's just I keep calling him Spoon. Aiden, and then I don't know who else will be there. And that'll be at 2:30 p.m. EST. So that'll be Wednesday. I am planning on still having a normal stream on Wednesday. So that will still happen at 7:45 p.m. But I'll be on Broken Crown first earlier in the day. And then I have a bunch of other collabs coming up just in general with a bunch of different people. So just keep your eye out for those announcements. Usually I just say them on stream, and then before they start, I just at everybody in Discord server that it's happening. So if you care about that stuff, join the Discord server so you can get the notifications and fuck around. In that case, so that would be cool. The shot color did come in, and I am working on getting that set up. The shot color does in fact work, but I need to connect it to a bot so that way when you guys don't know, it will be automatic and I don't have to press anything at once, myself, and interrupt stream that way. So I thought about wearing it tonight, but I don't really want to manually do it because we have so much to get through for what happened over the weekend. So hopefully by Wednesday. No promises. It took me hours to actually get the shot color to work in the first place, because I had to I bricked it and then I had to dig and do a firmware update. I had to reset it multiple times, and then there was a whole bunch of steps, because technology and me do not get along. It's a fucking shot color. It should not be that hard to work. Yeah, I managed to brick it, and it took me hours to fix it. So we'll see how the bot setup function works. On the thigh, right? Neck is dangerous. Yes, I will be on the thigh. I've already tested it out. It's painful. I'm not. This is not something that I enjoy for sexual pleasures. So for what I test, it can go from 0 to 100, and the max I can handle is 50. So I feel like that's reasonable. How the fuck do you have issues with the shot color? Because it's blue. I'm not sure it's blue. It's not like a regular dog shot color where you press the button and you shock it. It's connected via the internet and cords. Not even cords. It's and different shit like that. So, and there's a little box that I have over here on the side, and It's yeah, and like if I shake it, you can hear like it's cheap. It's not no offense to the people that made them, but it's cheaply made. I had to dig and find a firmware update so I could reset it. If Hassan can get the work on Kai, then you shouldn't have any issues. It's not an actual dog shock collar. It's a, I mean, it's a real shock collar, but it's made for furries. I'm not kidding. I had to watch a tutorial video by a very gay furry. So, you know, I'm not beating the allegations at this point. I'm not beating the furry allegations at this point. I think I'm just gonna have to take the L. Oh, for it. So, that was fun. And for the record, I did not search for this myself. I was given links to buy this. And so, like, all my friends have this. Okay, I'm just late to the bandwagon here. So, like, as I said in the Rumble Only stream, I am easily influenced. And I'm regretting the fact that I can't say no. Groomed. Fucking hell. Oh my god, I just realized that Restream isn't working. Like, I've been reading off a Kick Chat because that's the most convenient for me for both Rumble and YouTube, bro. Like, to read theirs. But then I realized, wait, I haven't been actually... Okay, hold on, wait a second. Why are you gay? And why does it say that... What? What's going on, Restream? For some reason it wants me to reconnect my Kick account, but that usually happens if, like, I can't stream the Kick, but I can see you Kick Bros. So, like, I don't know what's happening here. Okay, I don't know what's happening. I'm just gonna leave it as it is, because I feel like if I fix it mid-stream, I'm gonna break it again. So sorry, YouTube and Rumble Bros, for ignoring you and taking this long to realize what's happening here. Fucking hell. Okay, Amal is at least self-aware. I'm already smarter than most women. That's a bit much, but thank you. I'll take the compliment, but X it out. So you're friends with furries too? How low we have fallen. They're not actually furries! I don't think my friends are furries. I hope they're not furries. They did it. It's a really fucking long story about how the shot color fucking started, but it originally started as a joke because of Hassan and Kaya, and then it kind of snowballed from there. And so, like, Temp, Lum, Atari. I don't know if Oko has one. I know he got one for Temp because Temp's his little doggo. And I feel I think I feel like a few other people have one now. I've kind of lost track, but yeah. Everyone, she's making excuses. Typical female. Yes. Wait, now Restream's working with YouTube, but it's not. Oh, it's probably the. I know what's happening. I'm just gonna do it. Okay. Okay, so I know I already got behind the super chats. Thank you, Griffin Gaming, for the $10 use over on YouTube. Thank you. The main thing that sucks about Minnesota is that I think it's being used as a distraction as Trump mobilizes the military to invade Iran. As soon as that starts, the deportations will stop. Yeah, I don't know what's happening in Iran. I'll be completely honest. Geopolitics is not my specialty. When something happens, I do try to talk about it, like the whole, like, I could say Maduro situation, right? Because it's like the big news and that stuff, and usually I spend those streams learning what the fuck's happening. And with it, because I do kind of like learning after all. I don't really want us to get involved in another war, but I don't know what's actually happening to justify if it's good or not. Like, because with Maduro thing, my stance on Maduro is that it was really fucking funny, and it was a nice wave of patriotism, and it was really fucking cool that we were able to kidnap a president. But as for the reasons why we did so, at least Trump was honest about the oil shit, which I appreciate, but there definitely were some ties to a certain country in the Middle East that likes to have small hats, and that does make me wary. But about Maduro in that case. So I'm not sure what's happening with Iran. And I really hope the deportation stop once if we do invade Iran. So thank you, Zolax and Doppelganger for the 500 warp tokens over on Kick. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For fuck's sake, sitting in the military and crush them. Also, fuck the two-tier system. No, 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 no. Can't say that. I can't. The right must fight back. Yes, I'll say that part. But yes, I do think we need the Insurrection Act. I've been calling for the Insurrection Act pretty much this entire fucking month. So yeah, nothing's happened. Nothing's happened. I've heard theories that Trump was waiting for them to actually kill an ICE officer or law enforcement before they do anything to justify it. But I really don't care. Also, I've heard that people are losing support for deportation after this Alex Pretti guy died. Which, based off how the woman reacted, I can kind of see that, which that frustrates me. Oh my fucking god. Okay, do I rant now? Do I rant? I kind of want to rant right now. I said no foreplay. This is about the situation, but like, anyway. Fuck. Thank you, Griffin Gaming, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I ran quite literally because of Israel. Of course it is. Of course it is. Like, it's to be completely expected just because anything we do in the Middle East is always because of Israel. And thank you, Salt the Second, for resubbing, or redoing your monthly membership over on Ko-Fi, becoming the Coop's strongest soldiers with access to members only stream, or once a month members only stream. So thank you for that. I greatly appreciate it. Definitely. Once again, but those that are members, even if you're gifted membership, most of you, well, at least half of you should have the tier for the members only streams. If you guys have any ideas for how to handle the members only streams and what you're like looking for to be enjoyable, please let me know. Like, comment in the members only VOD. Like, you don't have to watch it. Honestly, not gonna lie, it wasn't a good stream. Not gonna lie. But comment your kind of ideas, or stream ideas in the Discord server, something along those lines, because it streams for you specifically, and I want to make sure you actually enjoy them and not the fucking mess it was for the first time around. So, in that case, also, already. Okay, now I'm back. The founders thought white people in God were very important. Well, that's because they are. So, most of the people upset with Trump on deportation is that he's not going far enough, fast enough. The question was vague on the poll for this reason. There was a poll? Did I miss it? Or was it like a Fox News poll? Or Twitter poll? I'm not exactly sure. Because, like, I know I'm one of those people who are upset on Trump deportation because he's not going far enough, fast enough. Even though I'm aware things can happen overnight, there is a fix everything button that he can press. Just like Bukele did. There are laws in the books that he can do. We can get rid of the activist judges. There's a bunch of things he can do and he's not doing it. On purpose. 100% on purpose. So, but fucking women. Okay, so, you know what? I'm gonna do my rant. Eldritch Saga. Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the 15 memberships on YouTube. Holy fucking shit, my dude. Jesus Christ, thank you so much. Thanks for the 15 memberships. That's a lot. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. More people to join for them. I'm excited for that. So once again, if you have ideas, let me know, please, because I want to make them better for you guys. Yes. And I know it's not really common for YouTube bros. This is more like a Twitch and Kick culture type of deal. But I would like to advocate for YouTube bros to thank people who do give gifted memberships. I don't really see that often on YouTube. It's like the culture is not there. Which, I guess I'll be a Taurus and try to change the culture. But yeah, make sure to thank Eldritch Saga for being an absolute shad with those memberships if he did receive one. So, there we go. So, let's see. Jeez, my rant. I've been talking about ranting for like 10 minutes now, and I haven't done my rant. So I'm gonna do my rant right. We really get into it. I'm all over the place today. Can you tell I haven't talked in like 2 days, and I need to talk to somebody? Anyways, so yesterday I tweeted out about my opinion on what has happened here, and I don't tweet that often. I'm a repost account at this point, okay? I'm just really fucking lazy, and that's why I just don't tweet. Not to mention, I feel like other people can basically say my thoughts, and it's good enough, right? And I just retweet. There we go. That's my thoughts on the situation. I agree. There we go. There's people smarter than me that can do this, but I decided to tweet out my thoughts on the situation, and I swear to God, like 2/3 of the replies were either the left hating on me, understandable, I expected the left completely things, or the right being upset with me. And I'm just like, oh my god. Okay, I expected the left, right? The left telling me to kill myself, retard, all that fun stuff. Okay, yeah, that's to be expected. That's to be expected. But it was the third of the right, or a third of the replies coming from half the right, if that makes any sense, that just annoyed the fuck out of me. Just annoy the fuck out of me. Because, okay, so we'll get into the news on what happened for those who, you know, haven't been really paying attention. But basically, from what I saw when I tweeted this out, and I basically still think the same thing, that this was an accident, right? There was multiple things that have happened in these events that could have been avoidable, both on Pretty's side, the guy who died, and ICE officers. Though I will say the ICE officers are a much better situation than Pretty was, because Pretty put himself in the situation. The only thing I would retract about my statement here is about the 2 mags thing. I'm not a gun nut. Like, I have a gun. I know how to shoot it. I've shot guns before. I like guns. But I don't really know a bunch of details about it. And apparently carrying 2 mags is actually normal. When I tweeted this out, my understanding was that it was actually a lot. And that he came with a tent. Which is why he had the 2 mags there. There are different signs that actually lead to a possible intent that he had besides the 2 mags, but in my tweet I mentioned that and nothing else. So that's the only thing I'll walk back about this, because that was my misunderstanding here. In this case. And like the ICE officers in the heat of the moment, because everything happened within like 10 to 20 seconds here. 10 to 20 seconds. And there's a bunch of whistling going on. They can't hear each other. People screaming, all this fun stuff, which we'll watch the video. Like, it's when you're in the heat of the moment, and people are being violent towards you, and oh my god, I don't want to, you know, you lose a finger, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I can understand when somebody's attacking you, or you're fighting with them, and you see a gun and hear people shouting gun, and there's whistles and stuff like that. Yeah, when you're in the heat of the moment, you're scared for your life. Because the thing about these ICE officers is they're people too, and they're trying to do their jobs, and their lives are literally at risk. So I can understand that. In that case, and this is where I mentioned about the whole lukewarm civil war. But I think what really got me the heat, and this is where pisses me off and makes me want to rant, is the fact that I said that I don't care. I don't care about him dying. And maybe I'm probably saying this a bit too soon for the YouTube VOD, so but we'll see if it stays up. Kick and rumble, bros. Watch it there, right? In this case. But like, I'm not celebrating his death. I'm not saying I'm not glad that he's dead. I am not glad that he's dead. I'm not celebrating, be like, woohoo, a leftist is dead. No. That's sarcasm, YouTube. Okay? I'm not saying that. But I don't care that he died, because he is somebody who purposely was trying to impede ICE officers who got in their way of an arrest, and who got tangled up with them. He was armed, which we'll see in the video that he was disarmed, but right before he was shot, but it was literally right beforehand. Once again, heat of the moment type of deal. And he's protecting people who, this whole thing started because of Nick Shirley Somalian fraud video. Like, that's the case, right? Nick Shirley went to Minnesota back in the end of December, recorded all this bunch of fraud that's happened there, which there's some irony about the situation about his dying and where he died too. We'll get to that later. Um, and that became such a national outrage, or it's actually an international outrage. That Trump administration was forced to actually go into Minneapolis and actually do something about it to get the deportation started. That's the catalyst of the situation. And the Somalians don't belong here. It's that simple. They have their own country. They're called Somalians. They go back to Somalia. And they're committing mass amount of frauds. And they're Muslim. And they rape. And they have rape gangs, too. Like, they're horrible people. They do not belong here. And these protesters, these rioters, Alex Pretti, the guy who died, is defending, by impeding ICE and stuff, defending these Somalians and the Venezuelans that are also part of child sex trafficking rings, and all these different things, all this other horrible stuff that these foreigners are doing to our country. So I don't really care. Like, should he have died? Probably not. Like, this seems like there's a bunch of like miscommunication between the officers in the heat of the moment, and what he did was completely avoidable. Like, it's on him for probably like 90% of this, in my opinion. But he did it to himself. Like, you don't get in a fight and resist arrest when you're armed. Like with everything. So, and he wants the country to go into ruin because he prefers foreigners, like the heat map meme, over actual Americans. So I don't care. And I think the callousness is what got me a bunch of fucking heat, because they're like, oh, I think I should be responsible about these different things and should be better. And it's like, when you have people who are actually biting fingers off of ICE agents, I don't really think that in the heat of the moment, when you see a guy being armed and he's resisting arrest, like, I think anybody would probably be a bit concerned for their life when that happens. So, like, we can sit here on our couches and our chairs, and you can watch the anime woman in the corner yap to you, and we can watch the different frame-by-frame videos that we have available and figure out what actually happened, right? We can watch all of these and the slow down in motion, but right in the heat of the moment, when you have 10 seconds to decide if you're gonna die or he's gonna die, to protect your life, the officers are gonna choose their own life in this case. And so therefore, I don't care. Like, and I can understand where people are coming from, but when shit gets going, do you think it's gonna be all sunflowers and roses? I mean, like, ICE is there to deport people, and these leftists are actively violent. A single group chat has been leaked talking about the massive organization that they've been doing, which I will talk about that later too. And it's only a few counties in the United States that are actually causing majority of the problem with everything. Even though red states actually have higher deportation numbers. Like you can see, like Texas case, so California's a bit different. Like Texas, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, Virginia, and Arizona have more ICE arrests than Minnesota, but they cooperate with federal law. Like you can see what's happening with these redder states here. Though the leftist states usually do have a bit more, just because there's a lot more foreigners. Well, but then you compare this with this map right here, and it shows that Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Denver, Minneapolis, Chicago, Newark, and New York City all have the most number of violent confrontation with ICE, all in blue states and blue sections of the states too, where it's 590 times more likely for ICE to have a violent confrontation with ICE officer people with different things, then yeah, like, because they're resisting and they're impeding them, and they're all in sanctuary cities too. Like, ICE is justified. Was it an accident? Like, could the ICE officers be charged with manslaughter? Possibly here. But I'm not gonna say I know the rule of the law, but when shit gets going and gets tough, you have these people trying to ruin our country. We can't fucking cry and quibble over every single leftist that basically suicides by cop. So, and it just annoys me to no end that there's that section on the right that just wants to be like, oh no, somebody died because they purposely impeded ICE. It's like Renee Good all over again. But with Renee Good, it was at least very blatant that she was intentional. And there was people crying in the very beginning that it was, you know, not necessary. This one's a little bit more murky. I'm not gonna lie about that. But it's the same situation, essentially. So, suck my fucking cock? Like, I just don't care. I literally don't fucking care. So, this is all because of damn SIG misfire freaking P320s. Oh yeah, I had that video too, which it's like it's a hot mess. ICE was mean, so we can't have borders and laws. Yes, exactly. That's the problem that we're having here. Honestly, I'm surprised we haven't had more Renee and Pretty incidents instead of there's 2 people so far. The longer this is allowed to continue, the more people are going to find out. Yes, which is why I'm more annoyed why Trump hasn't done the Insurrection Act yet. Like, I know the theory about how, like, oh, he's waiting for an ICE officer to actually die first beforehand. But, like, if he keeps this up, then more random citizens are going to be dying. I don't even want to call them citizens because they're traitors. Absolute fucking traitors. Trying to protect the foreigners over actual American citizens who are literally being defrauded, raped, and beaten and killed. Like, in this case. And then it's gonna make the public lose support because with Renee Good is a little bit more shut and you know, closed case. This is a little bit more murky with everything because it does not look good for the ICE officers. And so that's why you had the fucking women crying, and there's men that are posting like right-wing accounts crying about this too. And it's just like, get some fucking balls. Get some fucking balls. Like, the women make sense because the women aren't meant for war, okay? Women aren't meant for war. They're supposed to stay home, take care of the children, and keep the house running while the men are dying. That's what they're supposed to do. They're too full of empathy for even the opposite side for these different things. And that's just how women are. And that's okay. But this is why they're not supposed to be in politics. They're not supposed to be involved with different things like this. Because this is why they vote the way they vote. It's always for more foreigners, the poor kids, all these different things. Which is once again why we should repeal the 19th. And that's okay because it's there for a reason. It's there to take care of their own kids, which are not fucking having. It's there to take care of their family members and their friends within their small enclosed community that has always existed until the past, you know, couple hundred years when globalism has become a big thing. So, like, I don't really want to blame the women here when it's their natural biological function, but holy fuck, somebody get them out of politics here. And any actual man with a fucking penis between his legs who are crying about these ICE officers thing as well,
Is it the Jews?
I lose complete respect in this case. What are you supposed to do when shit gets fucking tough? Oh my god. So, sorry. There's my rant. There's my rant. We'll actually get into the news and actually you can see the videos and you can judge for yourself because obviously I'm biased, right? Like, I will fully admit I am biased. I am on the right. A lot of people consider me far right. Personally, as the radical, I think I'm more centrist, but you know, that's what all radicals think, right? In that case, so it is what it is. But we'll get into it now after thank you Beastly for the Ko-Fi dono. Thank you. Or oh my god, $20 reduce. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the generosity here. News media, how do you think ICE is performing? Federal spokesman, pretty good. This. That's a horrible dad joke. And I love it. Thank you. You're not far right, you're just racist. So that's a racist is being a centrist position. Like, everybody was racist until like 60 years ago. And then we had people put at gunpoint against segregation. So it's just propaganda. It's normal to be racist. Um. Okay. Okay. Now we'll actually get into the different things. I'm upsetty. The woman is upset once again. Get them out of politics because they're emotional. This mine's more anger than whatever the fuck the. I'll save it for later. But there's one post that really got me going. I'm gonna have to save it for later, or else I'm gonna be yapping about everything except for what actually happened at this point. Why don't you take the political map test? I did that like 10 years ago. And I was like somewhere in the center back then, but that was like 10 years ago. Plus, those political map tests are more made for the modern definition of politics, and not what was normal like 100 years ago. So, it's gonna be biased in that case. I will be somewhere on the far right. So, anyways. So before everything went down with Alex Pretti, the guy who died, Minnesota has been having their protests going on for weeks now. Once again, to be expected, like I said earlier about the whole Portland-Seattle situation. Nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun. It's a lot of fucking people, but it's a blue state and a hellhole of a city, so if anything, I'm more impressed by their dedication to actually be out there because of how cold it is. With the winter snowstorm that's been happening. I actually, hold on, wait a second. Let me see how cold it actually is in Minneapolis right now. So let me see. I'm just gonna look on my phone. Minneapolis, 16 degrees. So yeah, that's pretty cold right now. I don't know what it was like over the weekend. I think I checked the other day and it was like negative, like right below 0 or something like that. In this case, so it's still really cold. So there's some dedication to actually be out there for a protest. Like, these people genuinely actually care. I know a lot of people say that they're actually paid, and I definitely know that there's some paid in there. In the single group chat leak, which we'll get to in a bit once we get through the Alex Pretti stuff, shows how well funded and organized that they actually are. But there's actual genuine regular ass people that are true believers who are taking part of this because they've been brainwashed. Actually, I don't want to say brainwashed because that makes it they've been propagandized. Like, they've been propagandized to actually hate themselves for simply being white, and to hate their families, and prefer foreigners over. So in a lot of ways it is brainwashing. But I feel like it's more insidious than that. I feel like it's something more tragic than just simple brainwashing and propaganda. But then again, they're traitors, and we can't really have much sympathy for them when they are literal traitors. So, it's just frustrating overall, and people need to realize that. Is that fucking weed? What the fuck? Sorry. Okay, here's a divisive opinion. I don't like weed. I'm not gonna get into the weeds of why I don't like weed right now because it's completely off topic. But Jesus Christ, that's disgusting. Anyways, sorry. I just noticed that. Goy nip, yes. Goy nip. That's how I feel about weed. It's fucking goy nip. Weed's legal in Minnesota. I'm not surprised. It's a blue state, blue city, all that fun stuff, but I'm not used to seeing it around. Okay? And I'm okay with that. But just seeing a fucking random building in the middle of the city just have weed leaves painted on it, just like racist. But that's beside the point, okay? That's beside the point. So, what I've heard is the weed's makes you okay with being a loser. Absolutely true, and I have experience with that. Not myself personally, but my last relationship. Yeah, that's a whole, once again, like I said, not going to get into the weeds of weed here, because I have a vendetta against it, to say the least. But anyways, as I showed earlier, yes, over the weekend, a Minnesota writer, bit a Homeland Security officer's finger off. Rest in peace, my VOD, but it is what it is. Just completely fucking clean off. absolutely disgusting. You're welcome for the lack of lack of a trigger warning, but we're not liberal snowflakes here. You know, we know you. It's disgusting, but you're not a liberal snowflake. You don't need that trigger warning, do you? Oh. uh, so once again, like I said, understandable as to why the officers have to shoot people. And then the good news is that the suspect who allegedly bit the finger off the Homeland Security agent in Minnesota today has been arrested in custody. I've directed my federal prosecutors to file charges for this heinous assault on a brave law enforcement officer. You go, Pam Bondi. Send that strongly worded letter out there. I believe in you. Now that it's Monday, I wonder if they've been released. I probably should have double checked before stream, but like you know the whole like last Monday I covered the church riots that happened the weekend beforehand. And everyone's like, Don Lemon's gonna be like with the KKK act and all in the face act and everything. And it took days for them to actually do anything, which is absolute bullshit, but they at least did something right. Next fucking day that those people got free. Don Lemon wasn't even fucking touched. So we'll see. This person's probably already free already, but at least they got arrested in the first place for biting someone's finger off. This is why I saw them all violent leftists, okay? Everybody who goes to these protests, everybody in this crowd, right here, that we're watching, no matter the day, no matter the time, no matter how long this has been going for, every single person involved with these protests are malicious. They're here to cause trouble on purpose, to ruin your life, so you lose more taxes there. They will be violent. They're coming here for nefarious reasons on purpose to disrupt ICE. And if they get into a confrontation with them, they will bite your finger off. So, now that we're getting to the actual guy who died, who... they had to edit him to make him less Jewish. Keep this in mind when we were watching the video here. It's just so fucking funny that they actually edited the fucking video. Not the video, the fucking picture here. But here's the original of it, and he is very clearly a certain phenotype of person. And they had to edit him and put them in New York City, to make him look less rat-like. You can't make this shit up. You can't make that shit. His head shrank. Well, yeah, because the thing is, he's got the small hat phenotype. So he's got a really long face, obviously long nose, big ears, beady eyes. You know, he's very skinny. But then they had to edit him, and they widened him to make him more white. His nose isn't as pointy. Ears are still jutting out a little bit, but he looks relatively normal. The eyes are definitely not as big. Here, you can barely actually see them with it. He's more muscular. He's significantly more muscular. They tried their best to make him look as attractive as possible. Which is, less small hat. Fucking hell. But anyways. So, here is one of many videos that we have over the angles. There's like 3 angles I have. Now, watch this. I'm not gonna slow down. I'm not gonna really commentate much about this video. If you're a lurker and you're just listening to it, my apologies about this. Because I want people to be aware of how fast everything went down. So when we do go by frame, we can actually compare what happened with the officers, what they had to deal with, versus we, the people sitting in our chairs, can do with this case. So also be warned, women screaming and lots of whistles going off, so it is quite loud. Fair warning there. There's your trigger warning, not for the finger, but for the women screaming. So there he is. There he is in the middle of the street, directing traffic. Now, keep in mind, there's a bunch of leftists are just like, oh my god, he was just directing traffic. He wasn't doing anything. Okay, you have a random person in the middle of the street that's not an officer directing traffic and impeding the ICE investigation because they're there to arrest somebody. So he's actually committing a crime right now by doing this. Like, was he actively violent, punching people in the face in this moment? No. But he's still breaking the law in this case.
Go!
Sorry, I muted myself. Something happens right here. There's like an ICE officer and this fat person where something's happening between them. We can't really see in this angle of the video, but then he starts moving this direction to get involved, which once again is a crime because he's impeding on whatever an officer is doing. Now, I don't know the context of the situation, but if the officer is actually doing something bad, then there's a process going in there where the officer should be, brought to court and handled directly by the supervisors, not a random civilian trying to step in and be a hero in this case. I don't think the officer is doing anything bad, but keep in mind this is the technical procedures that should be happening.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, then the woman starts screaming again. Okay, now we jump forward because fucking hell, I can't wait for body cam footage to be released because the fact she literally something major happened in those 2 seconds that she put her phone away, like down on the ground. I don't know if she did it on purpose or on accident because whatever happened in those seconds here between the ICE officer, the fat bitch, and Pretti, and then her phone back up again, where Pretti is now helping the fat person away from the ICE officer. Something happened in some way, shape, or form, and we can't see. Also, I do want to point out, I like how she's got this dildo right here. Yes, I call it a dildo. I know it's one of those, like, it's supposed to be a self-defense weapon that lots of women have. And to me, it just always looks like a butt plug. But anyway. Oh. Okay, then this woman gets involved as well, and the ICE officer shoves her. Now, I'm not sure why the ICE officer is shoving here, and we can maybe make an argument that he was a bit too forceful. But once again, if we're crying over every single leftist agitator that was there when they're blowing whistles, okay, yelling and impeding their investigation of whoever the fuck they're trying to go after here, we're not gonna get anywhere. we're not gonna get anywhere with this situation. And now I'll stop pausing and just watch the video as everything goes down.
The fuck, people! The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly!
And then the woman starts screaming, and she screams for the rest of this video, but we'll watch the rest of the video here.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! The fuck did you just do? The fuck did you just do? Ah! Yes! Liz, somebody call the ambulance! Somebody call the ambulance!
So I already watched this video before the stream. She spends like the rest of it just screaming, calling someone called the ambulance and 911. And I guess she's recording, and I'm glad she recorded because we get this perspective. But at the same time, part of me is just like, okay, bitch, if you keep on screaming about calling the ambulance and 911, Why don't you do that? I hate weapons so much. I get, like, okay, somebody died right in front of her, and I'm sure that's tragic. I've never had somebody die in front of me before, so I don't know. I'm quite callous, like, when it comes to these different things. Like, I am aware that, my empathy receptors are not exactly the best with this shit. And I think it's because of my years in politics and how I've shifted so much with when it comes to these things. Hopefully, it doesn't fry my ability to be a mother, but that's a different story. In this case, so I'm sure it probably is tragic watching somebody get shot right in front of you. But my God, please, I just fucking lock the woman into the household so they stop screaming.
Somebody needs to call the ambulance. Somebody call 911. I can't believe they just did that. Holy shit. Holy shit. Just get come on. Come on. Oh my God, you fucking people, man.
Keep in mind, while she's been screaming, the ICE officers have been surrounding him and trying to take care of him because he did just get shot. So, like, it's not like they just left him to die. Well, I mean, they did shoot him and he died pretty quickly. But, like, they're still there trying to handle the situation. Meanwhile, the fat person, again, is still trying to get involved. Again.
You're fucking killing us! Why would you
And they have to push her back. And still, the entire time, there's all these whistles, all these women screaming. It's a very confusing situation.
Do that? Oh my God! Oh my God! I can't believe I'm seeing this. I can't believe I'm seeing this. Oh my God! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come here! Come on!
I saw her fucking slips and falls trying to get closer to the situation, so he was rushing, so I'm gonna take that as a good sign, like he was trying to get to the scene as much as possible to help out.
Come here. It is.
Okay. Then this angle of the video ends. Then we have a second angle. There's three total. And that woman in the background is the one that we just saw, wearing pink and crying. Also, the Mullions fraud center right behind here. Look how fucking awful the building looks. It actually literally is a Somalian fraud center. I have the tab somewhere. Don't worry.
They doing too much, man.
Sorry. Audio balance doesn't exist. I do want to note that the guy recording this one has a fucking foreign accent. Sounds like he is Southern, Mexican, Venezuelan, Brazilian, I don't fucking know. Somewhere that speaks Lapinish, and he should be deported. Which is funny, because it makes me wonder if he was actually the one that was targeted, but probably not.
Keep pushing people, you know?
Oh shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again! Are you fucking kidding me?
Not again.
That guy's dead.
Oh yeah, he got shot a few thousand times.
People on site.
They doing too
I like how at the very end, that this whatever guy and the other guy in the background is saying we need guys on site. Not like they don't already have a bunch of leftists that are impeding the ICE investigation and getting into brawls with ICE officers. And they already have that massive amount of protests happening. No, but we need more people on site.
They doing too much, man.
They're doing too much,
And they
man.
keep
Okay.
pushing people, you know?
So they drag him away. He's on the ground. Force him on the ground. He is resisting. He's scrambling all over the place. Get his ass fucking beat right now. This guy disarms him, you can see by the gun here, and we'll go by frame. There's other slower videos that we'll watch, but you can see the gun in this case.
Oh shit!
Something goes off, which, spoiler alerts, is the gun.
What the fuck?
And then things go
Did
crazy.
they fucking kill him?
Here. So this is all within a 10, let's see, 10, 15, 20 seconds. Roughly, this is all happening here. Now, like I said, we can go by frame, we can find the slowed down videos, we can zoom in, do the AI enhancements, get rid of the officers' heads, those kind of deal. But in the heat of the moment, when you have 20 seconds, and the guy's resisting arrest, and everything, and then a gun goes off, which is, spoilers, the SIG that the guy just is disarmed, and the officer over here, all he hears is the gun going off, you can see him reaching around at the same time, which who knows what else he has in his back pocket. Yeah, 20-second decisions is actually not a lot because you have to actually, your brain processes information fast, obviously, but in the moment you only have seconds of decision making time before you register it, right? It takes a couple seconds to register the situation, then it takes a couple seconds to decide what to do next. And those seconds can be life or death. Death. Here. And, well, it's either you or him. And this is what happened. I no longer care about the frame by frame, given the larger viewpoint of this entire communist nonsense. Yes. But, which is essentially kind of my position with this. Like, I really don't care. Like, about his death. Like, it was avoidable if he just didn't purposely try to resist arrest and impede a nice investigation. Like, and he went there armed as well. I don't really care about him being armed in this case. Because, or like the mags. Cause where I stand on gun control, I haven't fully decided on this. Like, let me rephrase that, right? I'm against gun control pretty much to the T, but I do think there needs to be at least some regulation on who can actually have a gun, because if you're mentally insane, then you probably shouldn't have a gun. I know it's a slippery slope, but unfortunately there needs to be rules and laws and regulation. Like, I'm not a libertarian. I recognize there needs to be some sort of rule of law and regulations on certain things for depending on the situation, even if I'm not a big fan of the government. You know, a nice little 30 on 30 overall for these different things. So I do think that people should be somewhat vetted to a certain extent when it comes to guns. But other than that, like, you should be free to carry. You can carry as many mags as you want, though it does make me a bit suspicious why you would bring a gun to a protest, but he has the right to do so. So, you know, that's not really the issue there. The problem lies in when you're resisting arrest, have a gun, and that's where things get a bit trickier, to say the least. Because if you are armed, and the police are coming after your ass, even if I don't agree with what the reason why the police are detaining you for whatever reason is, in this case I do agree, but for example, if I don't, you should put your hands up and let the officers know that you are armed. Because if you resist arrest, then you will probably die if you are armed. Because once again, and these milliseconds of decision-making time that these officers have to make, and you're resisting arrest and struggling, and you've already been, you know, pushing people around for whatever the reason is, then they're gonna see you as a threat, and they will handle you the way they best see fit. And that's exactly what happened here. So I don't really care about the fact that he was armed, though it does make me a little bit suspicious, knowing exactly what he was doing, but there seemed to be some sort of intent there. However, at the end of the day, he has the right to. I'm not going to stop him. So, in this case, now, I did see some right-leaning people complain about that position, which maybe I'll get into my thoughts on that a bit more, but I think I'll hold my tongue for now. because it's a matter of like principles. And on one hand, I'm all for throwing principles out the window because clearly the left only uses them against us as a sword and a shield to knock us down, as best as possible and to beat us into submission because we're breaking our principles and you're evil for that. But they don't have their own; they break them all the time, and they're obviously using ours against us. However, when it comes to guns, I don't know, that's one where I don't really want to break the principle for because, well, I believe in self-defense, and I believe you should own guns, and I believe you can carry them. And, you know, I'm not exactly, I don't agree with needing a permit to conceal carry either, in that case. I think you should probably be vetted before you have a gun, just to be on the safe side. I feel like that's reasonable. But with relatively loose things, but you don't need a permit to conceal carry, in my opinion. And I don't really want to break that principle. That's one that I'm not willing to cross at the moment. We'll see. We will see with time, because there's lots of principles that I'm willing to throw out the window because I'm tired of the left breaking theirs and using it against me. So, and here is another angle of the situation. The last angle that we have before we get into the frame by frames. So we can hear the horns going off like crazy, people yelling again, like we have on the other angles, whistles. Now I think this is the angle that the pink lady didn't show. She hit her phone. Okay, so this fat bitch starts kind of getting close to the ICE officer. The ICE officer's walking up to her. I don't know what was happening here before the video started, but once again, Freddy was already trying to direct traffic here. There's already all these protesters here, yelling, screaming, honking their horns, whistling, trying to stop whatever investigation is happening here. And for the record, they are in fact trying to stop ICE from arresting somebody because they're there on purpose to arrest somebody. And these single group chat leaks prove that they are using license plate tracking number to figure out where ICE is at all fucking times. So they're here on purpose to, once again, break the law. What they're doing here is breaking the law. Did it probably escalate a bit much? I can definitely see the position here, but once again, these leftists are here to break the law and stop the ICE from arresting somebody. Now, he tries to see if the woman's okay. This other woman is also getting confrontational with the ICE officer, which he gets shoved, which we saw in the other ones. He finally is pepper sprayed because he's getting involved with these people. Now, this is where things definitely get a bit more trickier, because he seemed to be trying to help that woman up that was shoved, and I don't know if the ICE officer was trying to arrest her in particular, or what was happening here. This is where we can maybe make an argument where they're being too forceful. But then it gets way out of control and a bunch of officers show up. I should say way out of control. But you can see him being dragged around. Something gets thrown out. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe a magazine? And yeah. However, we don't know the context of the situation completely even by watching the videos. Once again, these people are here to impede ICE and stop them from arresting somebody. And so I really don't care what happens to them. We can maybe make the argument that they are being a little bit too forceful with these women, but I have no sympathies for them. Because at the end of the day, if we start crying, once again, if we start crying and quibbling over every single leftist who is there on purpose to stop ICE from doing their jobs, and ICE gets a little bit more forceful than they should, then we're not going to go anywhere. We're not going to have our mass deportations when people like this are purposely trying to ruin the mass deportations on purpose. They're here to commit a job. They're being impeded. These people are yelling, screaming, blowing whistles, honking horns, and getting confrontations with ICE. You know, once again, biting their finger off, and harassing them like crazy. So I don't care. So it's always the woman, yes. um now we get to like the more of the frame by frames here. So this is where the theory that the SIG goes off, the SIG 320, which is notorious for misfiring. In fact, I remember last year there was a whole controversy about the SIG misfiring with this. So I find it so funny that it's the thing that starts this whole that makes it the escalate so to the point where he dies. Like Jesus Christ. And so he gets disarmed by the guy in the gray jacket. We can see here. Let me make this zoom up a bit more. Why is it so quiet? And like a gun goes off at this point, but it doesn't seem to be a gun that any of the ICE officers are using. You can all see them reach for their guns immediately, right after one single bullet goes off. Then there's this angle right here, where, oh hold on, got my tabs out of order. There we go. You can see in this point from this angle where the SIG goes off. You can actually see the smoke or whatever it is, the gun kind of recoil a little bit as right there essentially. Sorry. So I am the believer of the SIG theory myself after watching this video in particular. Because everything lines up with how the SIG recoils. You can kind of see the smoke or the air go through. I don't know the proper term for this. Once again, not a gun nut. And the audio lines up with how it recoils a bit in his hand. Case. So keep this in mind, this angle and what happens with this SIG, when these officers are on top of this guy, they don't really, they see the gray guy, the guy in the gray jacket, disarm him, but it goes off as soon as he walks away. We don't know what communication they're having here, because the cars are honking, the whistling, people yelling once again, and they're busy tackling him at this moment. All they hear is the gun really going off right in front of their ears, because it's fucking loud as shit when a gun goes off like this. They don't know what other weapons he has.
Oh shit! What?
This is where it definitely seems a bit more of an accident. Where the SIG didn't go off, he probably would still actually be alive. Now, I still think it's his fault, because he is the one trying to, once again, I'll repeat this for the entirety of the stream, impeding ICE investigation, and resisting arrest while being armed. So if he didn't do those two things, he just stayed at home, he would be alive, because once again, these people are and part of these protests are only here for malicious reasons. They're here to protect the foreigners that want to rape and defraud you. They're not here to actually help anybody other than these foreigners. They rather protect child rapists and sex traffickers over, well, actual real Americans. So my sympathy is minimal to non-existent, and this is what's completely avoidable if he just didn't show up, didn't resist arrest at the bare minimum. However, the SIG going off, yeah, that's where things get a bit trickier. But it's at the same time, that's not the ICE officer's fault that disarmed him for the SIG going off, because SIGs are notorious for going off randomly. Which we will watch this video here.
Put some input into the slide somewhere. Will it go off again? Will it release? Let's see. That's 3 in a row. Let me take the screw out. Number 4. Let's try it again. Let me show you. Fully functioning striker safety. All right. Should we do it with the magazine again? Let's put the magazine back in, and then we'll try the last one with the magazine out. Handy dandy trigger input tool. We are going to try to, dang, sorry about that. I'm trying to get over a sinus thing and a cough. We're going to try to simulate all right, here we go. Again, we are roughly, as we saw on the tabletop, I'm guessing we're roughly 1 millimeter to less than 1 millimeter of engagement on that trigger. And let's see if we can get it to go off again.
That simple.
That was 4.
This video was made 5 months ago, and it's the exact same gun Alex Pretti was carrying, showing accidental discharge. All he had to do was slightly press the top of the gun, and it went off. They're also notorious for being, misfiring when they get dropped, too. So, when the ICE officer disarms him and runs away, I don't know exactly what made it trigger, because, well, it's not like the top was going off and not like it was dropped, but something obviously makes it go off in some way, shape, or form. The misfire. They're notorious for this. People were talking about this I remember this debate talking about last year. Didn't really talk about it myself on my channel because I'm not, like I said, I'm not a gun nut. And I just kind of sat there and laughed as I scrolled through Twitter. I was not exactly expecting it to be the reason why somebody gets shot. when it was when it was talked about last year. So yeah. There's and also several vids in the wild as well as police officers and other people having going off in holsters. Yeah, so it just randomly just goes off. So and it randomly going off spooks the officers, which is not their fault. Okay, but once again, like I know a lot of people want to talk about like negligence and stuff like that with it. But and I know in my own tweet I said it was an accident, and so then people are like, "Oh, it's an accident, so therefore it's actual murder," and blah 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 blah. Once again, heat of the moment, gun going off randomly like this. They're all trying to tackle him as he's resisting arrest. They don't know if he has any other guns, and all they hear is a gunshot. Maybe he didn't communicate very well that he disarmed it. They just hear gun, 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 or something along those lines. Once again, honking, whistling. Heat of the moment, gun goes off as he's resisting arrest. It's either your life or his. That's just the fact of the matters here. So the ICE officer might have had a slight pressure on the trigger when he took it away and went off when jostled. Possibly that, which that is his fault if it was on the trigger. But I'm going to, some might call it copium or dismissal, but like, if the heat of the moment you're trying to disarm, he should not have his finger on the trigger. I agree. That accidents happen. So Civil War 2 started by a SIG. I don't think a civil war is actually going to happen. I agree we're in a lukewarm civil war, but we're not in an actual civil war. I'm not the beanie man, okay? I don't wear beanies like that, so I don't have that affecting my brain cells and being like, oh, civil war for 5 years straight. Must be a complete idiot to buy that gun. There's a reason why there's a bunch of resale for cheap. Supposedly, so I have an article that I considered reading. We might if we still have time because there's just so much to go through today. But it talked about how he actually had his gun after the Black Lives Matter riots happened. But nobody knew he actually would wear his gun. And holster his gun. This is CBS News. Man fatally shot by a federal officer in Minnesota worked as ICU nurse, his parents say. I read this article myself off stream, just out of curiosity. Usually I don't like this cherry picking through, but it is mentioned multiple times that throughout this article that family members said Pretti owned a handgun, had a permit to conceal carry in Minnesota. They said they never had known him to carry it. So, and this is like, and then there's like neighbors also talking about how they're like, well, we know he likes to go, shooting, but, we never thought he would actually like carry it. Uh, I never thought of him as a person who carried a gun. A neighbor said, like they knew he had guns, but occasionally take a rifle to shoot at the gun range. But were surprised at the idea he might carry a pistol in the streets. In this case. It's actually really funny too, because apparently his parents even told him not to go out. We had this discussion with him 2 weeks ago or so, like go ahead and protest, but do not engage, do not do anything stupid. Basically, Michael Pretti said, and he said he knows that, he knew that. The whole entire article is like basically a puff piece talking about how like he's a nurse, he's a good man, all these different things that CBS News did. But if you actually read it, it's quite telling that his family members, friends, and neighbors were all like, we never expected him to actually carry a gun. And we told him not to do this stupid shit. And, now he's dead. And it's like, oh, interesting. And interesting how this works. Now, obviously, family members not knowing him too well and our atomized society, okay, that tends to happen. And, same with kind of like friends and family in this case. That can happen and stuff, but just seems a bit interesting that this is the time where he actually carries his gun. But as I said before, and as I see someone mention in the chat, having the guns doesn't matter if we're not willing to use them. And yes, I guess in that case, yes. But also the fact that like him having the gun in the first place is not really the problem. It's him resisting arrest and being there in the first place that's the problem. So the media making this about him carrying is so retarded. 100%. Like I said before in my tweet, I will retract about the 2 mags thing because apparently I didn't realize that's actually normal for people who can still carry and stuff. I do question his intent because if it's true that they're not used to him carrying his gun, and he is going to this protest on purpose to impede ICE, and he's carrying, it does make me want to question his intent for carrying, but obviously that's not the point in this moment, right? Like he didn't actually shoot anybody, so it's a kind of a moot point in that case. But just makes me a bit suspicious. Makes me a bit suspicious here. It's unfortunate, but he definitely could have prevented his own death. Yes, like 100%. Everything about this situation is completely avoidable. And then there's also some videos showing, once again, more frame by frames, about how he tries to draw his gun. And this is where I definitely think that despite the SIG going off and spooking the officers, and I feel like that's quite unfortunate that's what happened, it does actually look like that he was trying to draw his gun. He didn't realize that he was disarmed. So you can see him reaching around. Now, unfortunately, whatever the fuck this is it gets in the way. But you can see his arm right here. Reaching around to his back pocket, which is right where his gun was. It was just disarmed. As this officer who just disarmed him walks away, then that's when the gun goes off. He's still trying to look around and reach for it. And then the gun goes off. He falls to the ground. They're kind of they're lifting their guns in self-defense. Now this video itself is not the best, I will fully admit, which is why we have more videos. So this is the officer disarming him. You can kind of hear in the slow-mo something about a gun. Like, gun there! So they're yelling gun, which I'm assuming is what he did when he disarmed, and you can see this officer grabbing his gun as it's being yelled because they can see he's got a gun. Now, a lot of people say that he might be carrying more, which is possible. Now, it's aimed at him because this is when the SIG goes off, by the way. It's not this ICE officer here with his gun. This is when the SIG goes off in the background. He reaches for his gun right here, once again. Fully around, as he's standing up. He's still resisting arrest. He's not staying on the ground, right? Like, the ICE officers are backing away because the gun went off. And he's standing up. He's not staying on the ground. You're resisting arrest. You're armed. They shout gun. A gun goes off and you're standing back up again. Needless to say, of course the officers are spooked. And then he gets shot down. You can see him quite literally reaching to see where his gun was actually at. Once again, we have the slow-mo. We're sitting here in our chairs, our couches, where the fuck you're watching a random anime woman yapping at in your ear at, and able to go through frame by frame, slow down videos at multiple angles to see what happened. And overall, from my perspective, and yes, I am biased, because I am somewhere on the right and I do support ICE, but from my perspective, based off of what I've seen so far, it really does look like this is preventable, and a lot of cases, Pretti is at fault, and the SIG is, well, a problem too. Which you can maybe blame Pretti for buying one in the first place when they're notorious for misfiring. But obviously, it's you never really expected the misfire, right? It's not until it actually happens. In this case. But in the heat of the moment, when the officers are trying to handle him, when he's resisting arrest, once again, he is there to impede an ICE investigation. We know this for a fact. There's only one reason why these people are here doing what they're doing. They hear gun. He reaches around. The SIG goes off. Yes, he got shot. Completely avoidable, but I don't care. So, one officer yells gun, then there's a gunshot. Officers reacted as they should. Yes, once again, this is the frame by frame. If you want, we can replay the video in the heat of the moment. Once again, like,
The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
this is when it gets disarmed right here. Whistles in the background. We can't really hear them shouting gun in this version. But, you know, this is when it happens. So we're at minute 101. Gun goes off at 102. He gets shot within 103 and 104. Literally 4 seconds, 3 to 4 seconds of reaction time between them disarming him, shouting gun, the SIG goes off, he gets knocked down. 4 seconds in this case. That is not a lot of time to react. It's not. It's a very much, your life or mine. And that is what it is. Not even protesting or holding signs yelling your silly slogans but acting interfering with law enforcement, yes. Like, the people in this, like, in the first video I showed, this is more like protesting in this case. Being downtown here. What they're doing here, ICE was there on purpose with an investigation. They were trying to go after somebody. This is actually a Somalian fraud center right here, funnily enough. And he's supposedly trying to, you know, direct traffic, and they're being in the streets in the middle of what's happening here. This is beyond protesting. He's already breaking the law by default. He's already with a weapon. It is what it is. This is why I said that I don't care. Like, I just don't fucking care. Because everything, well, it was avoidable. I'm not gonna cry tears over somebody that hates my guts. Like, if one, I wouldn't be going to a protest like this because I support ICE in this case. And if I did happen to go to, let's say, January 6th, for example, and for some reason I got into a kerfuffle with the cops, and I was armed, I would not, well, one, get into a kerfuffle in the cops in the first place, but two, um, if, you know, they're after me for a reason trying to arrest me, hands up, don't shoot, as the leftists like to say during Black Lives Matter, right? Right? They'd be like, hey, I'm armed. That's what Kyle Rittenhouse did, after he did self-defense. Like, I know Data Republican, did the same thing, when she had a confrontation with the police, and she's fucking deaf. She did that for 30 fucking minutes sitting in her car. In that case. And before the officers realized that something was going on and she couldn't understand them, and then they apologized profusely for it. But she sat there, hands up in her car for 30 minutes before they realized what was going on. This case, like, there are things to do, even if I'm not a big fan of the government, right? I don't fully trust cops. Like, I support cops because we need rule of law, but obviously they're highly corruptible, as we can see based off how the police in Minneapolis act, or like in Keir Starmer's Britain. I should say Britain in general. The same was under the conservative. In this case, right? Like, in that case, I'm not exactly a huge fan, but we do need police. We do need ICE, and there are ways to handle it. At least put you in the best possible outcome, especially when you're armed. I would also not be in DC with a gun because that's like 6 felonies. Fair enough. So, I'm realizing I'm really reading chat, but you guys did give me some super chats, and I haven't been paying attention. My apologies for that. Apologies. Eldrick Saga, thank you for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They want us to bring temperature down after Kirk. ICE is doing that from 98 to room temperature fast. I don't feel like the temperature is actually going down. I feel like the left is actually making it ramp up, though it's not exactly the rights going on there. Things are not going well, to say the least. Thank you, Slap My Smurf, for the $10 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry, your name is funny. No offense, but like it's yeah. Anyway, by law, I want every American high school to teach you how to use a firearm safely. Not mentally ill, not a felon. You can have a firearm. Simple version. Basically, I would probably say though I'm kind of worried about American school system because it's completely overrun by nuns at this point. Obviously, whites should be able to handle a gun, but statistics say otherwise for the rest of them. Thank you, Eldritch Saga, for the $2 reduce. Reasons why capital punishment exists. Yes, which we should definitely be utilizing that a lot more. Also, exile. Exile's a good thing that we should do, but we've lost that art. So speaking of super chats, we're halfway to the goal. If we get the 10 super chats, I'll put on the P.E.P.E hoodie. That is today's goal so far, and we're halfway through. So thank you, YouTube bros, for getting us so close. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Here looks like let me check Ko-Fi real quick. I didn't miss anything. I appreciate, as gay as it sounds, I do appreciate everything that you. Like C James J88, thank you for the subby bubby. Gifting a subby bubby. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Okay. Oops. Where are we at? I'm kind of all over the place. Oh yeah, the SIG going off again. Somebody actually did a breakdown over the SIG, but I feel like this video did a good enough job to show that the SIG likes to go off randomly when you slightly fucking touch it here. But here's the actual photo of the SIG that he actually had himself. So, yeah. Same exact gun. Yeah. Not looking too good in that case. Okay, I will be right back. The Piss Princess has been activated, and then more cover. So, 2 minutes. Beck. Thank you, Erasmus, for the $2 reduce in Donkey Kong coins. Sorry, lady, but the hoodie stays on. Listen, I do love the P.E.P.E. hoodie, so I'm definitely not complaining about it. Thank you. Okay. Once again, so I already showed the whole, like, you know, agent getting his finger bit off. But if that wasn't enough incentive, you know, to be like, yeah, maybe I should be actually concerned about their life. Maybe when they get, like, absolutely, hounded by, and completely just thrown to the ground by the rioters, that's another reason why they should be concerned about their life.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! What the fuck is wrong with you, asshole? You motherfuckers! You motherfuckers! Get back!
Once again, this is a 15-second clip that we're watching, and how fast it all went down for this ICE officer here. Like, as he just gets wailed upon by this random leftist here, and the other ICE agents have to pull him off. And then now the guy recording gets pushed back, as we can see. So we do lose sight of what actually happens here. But I don't blame these ICE officers for, and the little 4 seconds that they had between the one officer disarming, yelling gun, and the SIG going off, and then Pretti's death, right? Like, I don't blame them for being very, I don't want to say trigger happy, because I feel like that's, but it's, their life is literally on the line here. I can't blame them for it. So I cannot blame them, right? So seeing too many people compare this comedy to Ruby Ridge and the Bundy Ranch, I can't deal with the low IQ clown world anymore. Cabin in the woods on a lake now. I'm absolute mood. Unfortunately, Ruby Ridge did prove that you can't exactly go in a cabin in the woods, but I understand where you're coming from in this case, because it's just like, I'm not a big fan of the government. It doesn't really bring me joy to defend the federal government. I will for ICE, because they're doing their jobs and deporting people. I'm all down for that. Because even though I'm not a big fan of the government, I recognize that we do need government to actually handle situation. And we are literally being replaced in real time by foreign invaders. How else are we supposed to get rid of these foreign invaders other than with force? These are fighting age men who then bring in their women and children. A lot of them are sex traffickers and drug dealers, or even if they're just fraudsters, they're still committing crimes upon crimes upon crimes in mass scale, no matter what. Whether that be legally or illegally, in a lot of cases. They don't belong here. We're going to need military force, federal force, to get them out. It's either that or civilians, and the civilians are not going to be pretty, which I do not advocate for, and that's just how it is. Basically, I have come to the conclusion that, and this is my stance, and I don't really see myself changing this one anytime soon, is that it's all about power. Like, it took me a long time to accept this, because, like I said, I don't like the government, but everything is about power. And if my good guy is in charge, then that's what matters. And because he's on my side. And I would hope, like, he would actually utilize the power that he has to do what is right for my side. This is something the left has realized a long time ago. And the right has been dragging their feet, trying to have a dialogue, trying to, like, talk to them, get some common ground, compromise, caring about optics, principles, all these different things. The left has thrown them out the window decades ago. And I mean decades ago. When I say that, I'm not being hyperbolic here. And they will utilize it to the best of their ability, to get what they want done, which is why they use our principles against us. And it sucks. I don't like it. I wish we could actually live in the liberal society dream, that's been promised to us. We can all sing Kumbaya and hold hands to get along, but we can't. And if we just roll over and take it, then we're going to get wiped out. These leftists are going to keep on defending and organizing for foreign entities to ruin our lives. And I'm not gonna stand for that. So I will defend these ICE officers with what they're doing, even if it was a tragic accident. In this case, I'm not gonna cry over Pretti's death. And anybody on the right that wants to cry about, oh, ICE, like, cause the thing is, my tweet was actually a clip of Asmongold talking. I don't know if he's changing his stance. I don't watch Asmongold. I'm not actually a fan of his. In this case, I just randomly see the clips on Twitter. And he was talking about how he supports ICE, but he's gonna criticize ICE for fucking up in this instance. And I don't know when this clip was. I mean, 2024. Maybe not all the camera angles were out when he talked about this. That kind of deal. But it's just, no, I'm going to defend ICE to the end because the left would cheer if we died. They already did it with Charlie Kirk. I can guarantee that Pretti is 100% a guy who, if celebrated Charlie Kirk's death, and every single leftist here at these protests, riots, and impeding ICE officers are more than happy when a right-winger dies. There's no point crying over their death either. I'm not saying celebrate it, because that's bad. You shouldn't celebrate when somebody dies. You should have at least some sort of I feel like celebrating's a bit too far. How about that? Because I can understand the sentiment of why people celebrate it and that kind of deal. But I do think it's a bit too far to celebrate someone's death. But I don't care. I just don't care. I just do not care. In this case, because I know if I was the one, which I wouldn't be because I'm not that fucking retarded, but if I was out on the street wearing my Quality Leering Center sweatshirt that I got, and some leftist decided to knock me down, they would cheer over that. So therefore, I don't care. Thank you, All Make Demons Must Die, for the $10 dues, or $9.99. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Curious why it doesn't actually count as a super chat. That's retarded. I'm gonna count this as a super chat, because that's stupid. Just because it's a sticker, it doesn't count as a super chat? What is YouTube smoking? I'll count that as part of the goal. Yeah, celebrating bad optics. Yeah, I do think optics are important. Well, I'm willing to throw principles out the window depending on the situation because the left will do the same and use it against us. Optics are important to a certain degree, and we do need to at least be relatively careful about that. Now, I'm not exactly one that actually cares about optics myself, right? Like, for myself personally, I should say, because I just see myself as a random woman on the internet that likes to yap and talk about my opinions. I'm not really trying to push for anything. Like, I have my opinions and my goals, I guess, my wishes, my ideals, but I'm not someone who is going to be on the street being an activist myself. I'm not going to be organizing a signal chat like the left is doing. In this case, I'm just a random woman that likes the app, and I just have, spicy opinions depending on who you ask. In this case, but I do think overall, for I guess the bigger people, as we can see here, optics are a little bit more important. We do need to package things to be normie safe. Like, I use this all the time because I feel like it's a great fucking example. But Nick Shirley's talking about fraud, right, with the Somalians. He says fraud is bad. And obviously it's all the Somalians doing it. It quite literally is all the Somalians doing it. It's the Somali community working together with whoever their leaders are to make it happen. It's all the Somalians. We can very much generalize that. But he has to package it as fraud bad, because if he doesn't, then he's going to be called racist, which he has been called racist regardless of this case. And racism is still bad to normies. Like, while being called racist doesn't really actually matter anymore, they've realized it's just a dog whistle, and put a target on your back. Actual racism is bad. In their eyes. And so therefore you do have to package it to be more normie safe when you're trying to actually push a message and get it out. I don't consider myself normie safe, so therefore I don't really care. But that's not what I'm going for myself. Okay, I got the message. Thank you, Eldritch Saga, for $246 dues, with just the message being hoodie to hit the goal. So thank you, Eldritch Saga, for that. You didn't have to, because like I said, I was gonna count that one sticker as a super chat. Because YouTube is being fucking gay. Doesn't count them that way. But thank you for helping us hit the goal. The puppy hoodie is on. So not only are you listening to an anime woman talk about politics randomly like this, in this case, but she's also wearing a P.E.P.E. hoodie to make it even more absurd and ridiculous. You should never take women seriously. Oh my god, really? You guys really do like the hoodie. Thank you, Rex, for the hoodie for $2 dues. And LJ Sauter for another $2 dues for the hoodie. You already hit the goal. I mean, thank you for hitting the goal, but you guys already hit the goal. Thank you so much, guys. Especially this early on the stream, halfway through. That's really nice. Thank you so much for it. I can't thank you enough. And of course, All Demons Must Die. Thank you for the $9.99 for being part of the goal, too. Juice Tube sucks. I agree. Like, Rumble and Kick are better. I would say I like you YouTube bros, but Rumble and Kick are still better by a long shot here. Oh, Eldritch Saga, thank you for $2 dues again. I gotta go, have fun. Well, thank you. Well, I hope you're enjoying the P.E.P.E. hoodie while it's here. And then, thank you so much for all the support. Thank you, my dude. Have a good night. Hope she's putting 2 hoodies on if she keeps this up. You know, I haven't seen him for a while. So if you're a lurker, my apologies for calling you out. But there was a chatter name, that a while ago gave me some money to buy my own actual P.E.P.E. hoodie. It's not actually P.E.P.E., but it's a frog hoodie. Here, and I do have it. I do have it. Obviously, I can't prove that I'm wearing it because I'm not gonna fucking face socks over a frog hoodie. But I could put it on myself in real life. Right now, I'm just wearing a tank top. I could do that. You know what? Should I make the next goal? IRL P.E.P.E. hoodie. There we go. And even though that doesn't count, I'll count the last 2 hoodies ones towards it. Even because the goal was already hit, so it doesn't need to be 10. Can I change this actually? Hold on, wait. And 5. Okay, there's no in between. Well, I'll keep it at 10 because I'm a whore. Anyways. Yo, Tom, we already like hoodies. I do actually. I got the Quality Learning Center one too. Okay, we got way off topic here. Way off fucking topic. Where the fuck were we at about this whole entire thing? Okay. So, here is some of the government responses from it. So this is on the 24th. Where Bonvino speaks about the shooting himself. Now, I heard before stream that he's been kicked out, but that seems to be a rumor. I don't know if that rumor has been updated since it has started. I fucking hope not. But for now, we're gonna pretend that he's still in the position because this video is 2 days old at this point. So, okay.
This operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. This operation.
So I believe, and I could be wrong here, but based off this was actually who they were going after when when the shooting of Alex Pretti happened. And what he was stopping. The target, Jose Herta Puma, came from Ecuador. Record domestic assault, intentionally inflicts attempts to inflict body harm on another, disorderly contact. So obviously a very great individual here. That should totally be allowed to live in America for the rest of his life. I love it so much. So once again, he was impeding on investigation already. It seems to be, at least the initial thing, was that the belief was that he was going to be there to harm an officer's life. Him carrying a gun when everybody in his family and friends was surprised that he actually carries a gun. 2 mags, not having an ID. Some people do believe it's suicide by cop. It's possible. It's possible. I think that's a bit much based off how he was acting before the shooting happened. It wasn't like he was trying to actually shoot anybody in the moment. Obviously there's those frames that we see him reaching around, which I do think in that case he was probably more than willing to actually shoot an officer before he realized that he was disarmed and he got knocked down immediately. But it's really kind of hard to tell just based off the mags and having a gun technically. The lack of ID is definitely interesting. Like, I know some people say no ID is not a big deal, but I think it is. Because, like, I don't know. When I go out in public, I always have my wallet on me. I always have my ID. Like, I know it's a big city, so there's a lot more walkable distance. But you should have your wallet on you to pay for things. Like, he's a guy, so it's not like he's carrying a purse. And so you have your wallet on you to pay for whatever you need, and then your ID is in your wallet. I don't know. I like, you should always have that on you no matter what. Like, I feel like it's suspicious. Like, I get you can forget about it, but I don't think in this case he would have forgotten about it. Like, it's just, I don't know. That to me is really suspicious. You should have your ID on you at like all times when you go out in public. So, that was the other odd thing. If he wasn't going to start shit, where's his ID? Yeah, that's where I'm definitely thinking suspicious, right? Like, that's something's up about that. It's a legal requirement to have ID on you. Not sure how you not remember it. Yeah, like, I mean, you don't technically have to go on public if you're not driving. You don't have to have your ID, technically, but you should always have it. Also, since he is concealed carrying and he does have a permit for the concealed carry, technically he is breaking the law by not having his ID on him and concealed carrying. So, like, in this case, he really absolutely should have, with this context.
You know, my message to individuals is don't go impede law enforcement operations. That's not legal. You're breaking the law when you do that. It's also breaking the law to concealed carry in Minnesota without an ID on you. And you shouldn't be laying hands. You know, my message...
Yeah, like, everything I hate the fact that I'm agreeing with a woman here, but, like, everything she said is completely what I've been saying this whole entire time. Like, it's complete logical sense. They're here on purpose to start fucking shit, impede an investigation, and he's technically breaking the law by not having an ID and concealed carrying. So he's already breaking how many laws at this point? Before the kerfuffle happens? Nothing about him is actually pure and innocent. You know, I called him a violent leftist in my tweet, and people were like, what do you mean he was violent? Oh my god. No, he's a violent leftist. He was purposely there to start some sort of shit. Maybe not to go as far as he actually did, but he was there for malicious intent, 100%. In Minnesota, you're not required to have an ID on you? I don't know the laws in Minnesota because I don't live there, but unfortunately I'm going to probably trust the Fed when she says that in Minnesota it's actually illegal to not have your ID on you and concealed carry. It is a blue state, so I imagine they have some sort of gun laws in some cases. It's not one of those states where you don't need an ID to get a gun or anything like that. So, and you can still carry. I know it's only like a few states that actually have that. So, I'm unfortunately gonna trust the Fed. You are if you're carrying open or CC, but not normally. Sorry for clarifying. But he was concealed carrying. He has a permit to conceal carry, but he didn't have his ID on you. So on him, sorry. I'm just saying, it's a bit much. It's a bit much. Plus, like I said before, based off that CBS article, none of his friends or family ever really knew he actually carried. So they knew he shot guns, but didn't actually know that he actually carried, or he had a concealed carry, and he never did before in the past. He went there with some sort of nefarious intent. Liberal bodies just magnetized towards ice for some reason. That's because it's not ice. It's the fact that they're trying to defend the brownies, the nuns essentially. So they care way more. It's literally the heat map meme. They care way more about foreigners that are here to loot and pillage and rape than they actually do about real Americans. Ugh. As I mentioned before, the funny thing about where he died, and for YouTube's sake, no, I'm not celebrating his death, okay? I just find it ironic. Especially since this whole thing started with Nick Shirley doing the Somalian fraud video, which I did react to on YouTube if you want the trimmed down version of it. Is that the ICE shooting happened at 2614 Nicollet in Minneapolis. Ironically, here's a list of all the businesses listed at this one address. Smart Therapy Center, New American Development Center, Nicollet Senior Center. Now, does this look like a thing that's actually well taken care of when it has this dilapidated, frame-rusted thing happening here? And you can see in one of the videos, the broken awning, or whatever the fuck this is supposed to be. It's like hanging rags? I'm not sure what this was, but this building has clearly not been taken care of for a hot minute. And it's supposed to be having a bunch of these centers here. There's also New American Development Center, United Wellness Center, African American Family Centers, Millennium Health Services, Bloom Home Health, Global Interpreting and Innovations. The building is 11,000 square feet. Like, it's not a very big building, and it has all these different, like, Medicaid and autism and just, like, health centers. It just seems a bit suspicious. And then the cherry on top is that the New American Development Center, is connected to Quality Learning Center, by the way. Wait, maybe not. Let's see. Let me actually properly read these tweets. New American Development Center has an EIN of whatever the fuck that number is, and took in 1.4 million of its income in government grants. Its mission, housing program, is the largest program to have provided rent and utilities. And then on top of that, the 2628 Nicollet is just 3 doors down from the ICE shooting. 3 daycare centers are tied to this address. Owner's name, Sinman Aiden. Sinman Aiden is also the owner of Quality Learning Center that made famous by Nick Shirley. So, oh my god, 2.5 stars after 2 reviews. I'm assuming that some people actually found out this is not an actual real childcare center. So, within literally the same street, 3 doors down of all these other centers and services here, another child care center by the same guy with Quality Learning. Yeah, no wonder ICE was there. Like, it seems like from this report that they're there to get some sort of, like, Spanish speaker, in this case from Ecuador. But it's just so ironic that the whole thing happened in front of all these quote-unquote centers that are getting millions and billions of dollars of government-funded tax-paying dollars. So, 3 doors down so you can't ignore it, yeah. Light bulbs own businesses. Oh, fucking hell. Well, this is why I support ICE and any federal officers. Just go in there, raid them, and just deport them all. Just comport them all. Just get rid of them. Just round them all up. I don't care. That's why I don't care about, you know, Pretti's death either, because he is defending this fraud. He is defending these Somalians from swindling billions of dollars of me and your taxpayer, or yours and mine. English is my first language, I swear. Taxpaying dollars here. And that's just part of the problem. Not including, you know, the whole Ecuadorian that is here illegally. And of course, then the left created an autonomous zone. I'm sure it's gone by now. Because that's what happened after the first one they tried to create from Renee Good. But, you know, once again, they're not here for anything good. Like, they're not here for anything beneficial and positive. They're only here to create as much chaos and confusion and problems for ICE and police and law enforcement as much as possible. Just literally gathering a bunch of random fucking shit and putting it on the streets. Just because. Just fucking because. And then of course, and there's no-go zone. They're getting really stocked up by, you know, free hand warmers, winter gear, food, whatever the case is. They have gallons of fucking milk all over the place. Just they're being well taken care of. Fucking Starbucks. Just, which is not a surprise. Not a surprise at all. And then on top of that, Waltz's National Guard was out there giving free coffee and donuts to the Antifa protesters too. Not gonna lie, those donuts do sound pretty good, but I haven't eaten today. I kind of want a donut now, my fat ass.
This one's like the best.
Oh, cute. I've got first aid over there.
Okay.
So the Care Bears first aid van.
Okay. All right.
So I've got like BBMs, some occlusive dressings, like, I don't know, some stuff.
Okay.
So if you guys need anything like that.
Do you want some coffee, some warm?
I've got some.
Okay.
Just helping them out, giving them donuts and coffee just to keep them warm, even though they're actively trying to impede the investigation here. And they're spending all their time just making our lives more miserable. fucking frustrating. But it's no real surprise. And then on top of that, the police chief says that then, like, even if the investigation proves the shooting was actually legally justified, it doesn't matter because people are mad at ICE. It doesn't matter because people are mad at ICE. Fucking police chief.
Greater issue is, even if there is an investigation that ultimately proves that at the time of the shooting it was legally justified, I don't think that even matters at this point, because there is so much outrage and concern around what is happening in the city. Greater issue.
I mean, I can understand where he's coming from with this point, this position, that people are just so, at least in Minneapolis, are so fed up with ICE in general, that even if it was justified, they're not going to care about it, and so they're going to keep on doing what they're doing. This is what happened with Renee Good, after all. Like, it's exactly what happened with Renee Good. With Alex Pretti, it's a little bit more murky. I still think ICE is justified. I can see why people are against it, even though I do disagree. And I'm on ICE's side of for things, but it is murkier overall. Renee Good was a very clear-cut case of completely being justifiable for why she got shot. But the left is not going to care. They're going to keep on protesting, they're going to keep on rioting, they're going to keep on attacking ICE officers and biting off their fingers and tackling them and impeding investigations. So he's 100% right in this case. He is right in this case, but it's still on him as chief of police to clamp down on this and actually handle it, instead of working with the protesters like the so far Minneapolis police have, as well as the Minnesota National Guard, to take care of this. Because once again, and I'll repeat this to the entirety of the Minnesota saga and any other fucking violent leftist things that crop up over time, the left understands power. That's the only way they're going to respect and know what's happening here. If they get the boot on their fucking face, that's all they're going to respond to. And that's why they've been going at this for weeks now. Literally weeks now. And as Trump keeps on just threatening instead of actually doing anything, just keep on they're continuing. And so here we are. We're on, like, what, third week? Fourth week? Keeps on happening. I'm getting tired of talking about Minnesota. I mentioned this in the beginning of stream, but I'm getting tired of talking about it. It's like, I know there's other things happening in the world, but I should say the world, because I don't really care about the world, but I know there's other things happening. But when every single weekend another tragedy happens, whether somebody dies, or a church gets rioted by an actual fucking, I don't want to say journalist, because that's a disgusting fucking word, but a high profile figure like Don Lemon, actively taking part about that, and getting, he should have gotten arrested, but of course he hasn't. Different things like that, then it's like, okay. Like, shit's going down, but nothing's also happening at the same time. And it's like, can we just please solve this fucking problem already? Trump, do something. Because I'm sure something else is happening, but nobody knows what the fuck's happening. Because everyone's talking about this, which I guess I'm part of the problem in this case. But it's just like, this is a problem that can be solved like immediately, and it's not. And it's ongoing, it's being dragged out. 2 people have died now, and it's their fault, but still 2 people have died. It's just getting worse and worse and worse with each passing fucking week. We can solve things. There's a fix to everything button. We can just press it. Yeah, here we are. So things happen, yet nothing ever happens. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, the left is making things happen, right? The left is making sure that things are happening for their own benefits. But the right's not actually doing anything, so nothing ever happens that's actually beneficial. It's only anything's getting worse. So, Mal, looking forward to the vampire game on Arch's channel. Would you be able to put up? Oh, okay, yep. We have a no Canadian rule here in this case. But I am looking forward to the game with the vampire campaign. I already got my reference sheet for my girl. I'm very excited for it. But since you did ask, once again, there's a no Canadian rule in this chat. He does not exist. Okay, we didn't. But don't worry, he's also probably not going to be existing in the vampire campaign either. So, generally, what can we normal people do besides call on Trump to act? Well, that's something I cannot say as a streamer. I don't even mean just for YouTube's sake, but as a streamer, technically I can't say anything. But just gotta keep on voting after all. Keep on voting. Oh, fucking hell. And yesterday, Walls just refuses to meet with Trump in the middle. This is yesterday. There's been some update in this case, but still.
Is there anything we can do to meet the Trump administration, at least part of the way, to try to turn this temperature down?
Well, first of all, it's not a serious attempt, and the Attorney General sent that in. I would thank the local folks and Commissioner Snell. Thank you to you and your team over there. In that letter, they talked about, you need to hand people over who are in your jails. They're taking credit for people that we've had in jail for a long time. We always hand them over, and the commissioner very clearly. So they're lying. They're lying. This has nothing to do with fraud, as the Attorney General said. They're not sending us forensic accountants, and these are things that have been we're dealing with now and have been for quite some time. So look, it's not a serious attempt to get at this. The way to fix this is get these folks out of here. We've continued to work with them. They asked us for these numbers. We provided them. We continue to show, and they're not serious. And look, I think everybody understands what the last request was, totally unrelated to anything on the voter files. This is, again, as the Attorney General said, Donald Trump telling everybody that the election was rigged, who started all this nightmare for America. Has nothing to do with it. And I would just give a pro tip to the Attorney General. There's 2 million documents in the Epstein files we're still waiting on. Go ahead.
Goddamn Epstein files. I fucking hate this so much. Like, he's just deflecting. He's moving on. He's not actually trying to meet Trump in the middle. At least as of yesterday. There's been some updates for today, but still. Like, and then he just tries to bring up the Epstein files. Like, okay. Okay, then. Now I'm gonna make another controversial take right here. But at this point in time, I don't actually care about the Epstein files either. And let me explain why, okay? Nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen about the Epstein files. It's been proven time and time again. The left is making a big deal about them now that Trump's in charge, but they had Biden for 4 years, and they could have done something about it if they actually cared. But they didn't because they knew that they were culpable as well. Now that Trump's in charge, they're trying to use it against them as much as possible. Both sides are part of the Epstein files. That's like guaranteed at this point. Neither side actually wants them to come out. The left is using this as an attack on Trump. Epstein, bad. Obviously. And I think and I heavily criticized Trump for the Epstein files like multiple times all last year. I know the VODs, some of the VODs are lost into the void at this point for different things. But I talked about the Epstein files extensively when the shit was like throughout the 6 months that they were like, oh, we're gonna release them, then oh, we're not gonna release them. Everything else in between, and fuck Pam Bondi. In this case. But I have long accepted at this point that we're not going to get them released. The left is just using this as an attack to deflect it and not actually take responsibility for their own actions. And there's nothing we, the plebeians, can actually do about it because both sides are you know, part of it, and neither actually wants them released. It's all just smoke and mirrors and just a big fucking act. And at this point in time, I care a lot more about the fucking foreign invasion and the white genocide that's happening in America over something that I know that's not going to be solved at all. Like Epstein. Yes, pedophilia is bad. Epstein is bad. But I feel like maybe I've been terminally online long enough and I've had enough tinfoil in my head to actually know that yes, all politicians and wealthy people are horrible people. Like, it brings me, I'm not surprised that both sides are involved with it. I'm not surprised Bill Clinton's in it. I'm not surprised that Prince Henry or Harry, one of the two, I don't really know, I don't really care, are part of it, right? I'm not surprised about this stuff. It's been a well-known fact in the conspiracy theory, once again, conspiracy theory bubbles for ages now, that they're all like pedophile fucking reptilian lizards. What we can do as a plebeian is to advocate and pressure the Trump administration and support ICE and make sure more and more foreigners are deported, because the fact that America is only 55% white and very few counties actually have over 90% white children at this point that are under the age of 5 or being replaced in real time, and about half the population needs to be deported. I'm not even joking, I'm not exaggerating. If you do the math, half the population needs to be deported. Well, that's the main focus here. So, yeah, Epstein files are an L. We need to focus on what Trump might actually do at this point. We need to encourage Trump to arrest these Chinese spy walls. Yeah, well, I don't see Trump actually handling the situation perfectly like I want. Like, he's not actually deporting as many people as they want. The self-deportations, I feel like, are a bunch of cope. But at least it's better than nothing. Trump's not far enough in my opinion, but he's doing something, which is better than nothing. Even though I'm heavily critical of him all the time, it's still better than nothing, and it's still better than Kamala by a long shot. The Epstein files are an L. We're not gonna get them. We have to move on and accept that, as much as it sucks. But there's bigger fish to fry at this point. Thank you, Chud Sensei, for the $20 reduce. Thank you, my dude. That's quite generous of you. Thank you for the shekels. Thank you so much, my dude. I really appreciate it. And no message. But that's just drops those shekels on the table, and I hear the coins is being clipped as we speak. Thank you so much. Self-deportations are nothing. All those come back again. Yes, yeah, they're going back while Trump's in charge. Once Trump's out of power, or they feel like they can sneak back in, they'll come back. I saw many videos of people who were actually legit deported, and they just cross over the border again, just because they can. And it's like, oh great. I know border is down overall, but it's not looking. It's not enough. Not enough. We need more force with these, and we need more force in general from Trump. Which is why, update for today at least, I don't know how I feel about this. Governor Tim Walz called me with the request to work together with respect to Minnesota. It was a very good call, and we actually seem to be on a similar wavelength. I told Governor Walz, oh, excuse me. Sorry about that, chat. I told Governor Walz that I would have Tom Homan call him, and that what we are looking for are any and all criminals that they have in their possession. The governor, very respectively, understood that, and I will be speaking to him in the near future. He was happy that Tom Homan was going to Minnesota, and so am I. We have such tremendous success in Washington, D.C., Memphis, Tennessee, and New Orleans, Louisiana. That's a weird clarifier. Like, there's only one New Orleans. And virtually every other place that we have touched, quote unquote, and even in Minnesota, crime is way down, but both Governor Walz and I want to make it better. President Donald J. Trump. Crime is down in Minnesota because I feel like it's gone up in Minnesota. I'm sorry, but impeding ICE investigations and biting off fingers and assaulting ICE officers are all crimes. The single group chat that I've been talking about relentlessly without actually showing anything, but we're only a few tabs away as all crimes. Like, I don't know. Like, this is where I'm just like, okay. A lot of people are saying that Trump's backing down because of the Pretti situation, and some people are saying the Walz is stepping down. I don't know what is happening. Because, like, literally, this was yesterday, Walz said that he's not willing to meet in the middle with Trump, and he's trying to deflect and use the Epstein files. Then today they call, and apparently they're on the same wavelength here. And then he also talks to Jacob Fry as well, saying that lots of progress is being made. Tom Homan will be meeting with him tomorrow in order to continue the discussion. Like, I don't know which side's backing down in this point. If it's Trump, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Because Trump should not be backing down at all. He should be going after them harder. I've been calling for the Insurrection Act for weeks now, and things are only getting worse. The only way the left responds and respects is by force. You have to stamp them down. Because they will continue on. They've been doing this for 10 fucking years already, as is. Technically longer than that, if you want to think about it. And they just don't care. They've been allowed to run loose. Giving them a slap on the wrist like they've been doing and letting them go the next day if you do actually manage to arrest them. That's not how we're actually handling the situation. So if this is Trump backing down, I'm going to be absolutely livid. If it's Walz and Fry stepping down, then I'm going to be pretty happy about that, because fuck them. But I'm pressing exit out in this case, because Trump does care a lot about optics, and the Pretti situation is not the best looking situation, even though I do think the ICE is in the right in this case. I can understand why it doesn't look good, but that's where they need to. That's where Trump needs to hold the line and stand by the ICE officers and understand that it was a bit of an accident, but Pretti's at fault here. Exit out. X to doubt because Trump is deploying Tom Homan. I mean, I've seen good things of Tom Homan. Well, at least rhetoric-wise. I don't know how action-wise overall. Better than fucking Pam Bondi here. Saying that she's gonna, like, this is over the weekend. I'm going back in time a little bit, but she's talking about sending a very strongly worded letter. So, maybe her very strongly worded letter actually did something, but I have a good feeling that's not actually the case, based off the timeline here and how fucking pathetic she is. So I'm a little bit concerned because, like, then he said they're gonna withdraw CBP agents from Minnesota if the Governor Walz agrees to cooperate with ICE. I guess it makes sense because, like, then the police and his National Guard would be working with ICE, and we don't need the Border Patrol agents there. The Border Patrol agents are there because of the fact that Walz has been assisting. But I don't trust him. He's a snake. He's a huge part of the problem for why we have the issues in Minnesota as we do. Like, he's partaking in Somalian fraud. Allegedly, he got Melissa Hortman assassinated. Allegedly. The one Democrat who voted against giving illegals health care last year. Allegedly. In this case. when we get to the single group chat, he's got a lot of connections to people and a part of this. I don't trust him. I do not trust him, even if he does agree to work, because more than likely he's still going to be fucking things up on purpose with this case. So I'm glad Tom Homan is actually going there. And, you know, this call to action counts as a leftist that hates his guts, but I don't give a shit. In this case. But it's just like, I don't trust. I do not trust.
6% decline.
Okay, this is quiet as fuck.
6% decline. 96% less people are coming. How many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this country every day? How many known suspected terrorists aren't just walking across that border? President Trump and this administration is saving thousands of lives every month. Hard stop. That's just a stone cold fact. I'm just proud to be a part of this. I work with Steve Miller every day. Steve Miller is one of the most brilliant people I've met in my entire life. President, 6% decline. 96.
So, like I said, Homan's rhetoric is actually pretty good. He's the whole meme of families can be deported together, which is completely true. Families can be deported together, and they should be. So him going to Minnesota is going to be good. I hope so. I just don't like the fact that they're talking about pulling out the border. Like, I just don't trust Walz. Like, if he actually does comply and back down and be the good, like a good little goy like he should, then great. But I just do not believe it here. And of course, leftists think that all the deaths, all the protests, all the chaos would literally stop in 2 seconds if Trump gets iced out the fuck out of Minnesota. So what does he do? He's saying Tom Homan and more goons. This chaos is the point. And yeah, fuck you. Fuck off. These people are defending illegals and people who are trying to rape, kill, and defraud actual real Americans. I do not care. It's the left that's at the actual problem here. It's the left that's the problem. If you don't actually stop ICE from doing their little jobs, then we wouldn't have the problem. Because keep in mind, the left are defending people like this. Where yesterday, like when Pretti was killed, same day, a legal alien raped an 11-year-old girl. Kenneth Moreno Guzman, an illegal alien, forced his way through the back door of a Georgia mobile home and raped an 11-year-old girl at knife point in the bedroom to care of their 10-year-old sister. But apparently this happened last week. Probably a little bit misinformation here for what day it actually happened. Regardless, these are the people that leftists are trying to defend here. There are multiple stories just like this. So many children and girls just dying through the hands of people that shouldn't have been here in the first place. And these are the people that the left is defending. They're defending the bananas and rice Somalians that are purposely committing a bunch of fraud across, like we saw where Pretti died. These are horrible people that have their own countries and should be sent back home, and yet the left is defending them. So I don't give a fuck about ICE being there. Go ahead, go fucking balls to the walls, do whatever is needed to get the every single foreigner out of here. And if a leftist dies in the process, then I don't care. I'm not gonna celebrate their death, because death is still tragic and it was completely avoidable. Renee Good was avoidable too. She just stayed at home and didn't actually have the suicidal empathy to put their lives on the line for foreigners that hate their guts. But here we are. And now we're finally getting to the single group chat. So there is a massive fucking group chat that has been released, or leaked I should say, from Minneapolis, showing all the different crazy leftists that are involved and are taking part of in ICE investigations. More than likely Alex Pretti is part of this too, or at least in a similar group chat. So this Cam Henry guy had infiltrated organizational signal groups all around Minneapolis with the sole intention of tracking down federal agents and impeding / assaulting / obstructing them. Every area of the city has signal or several signal group chats. Let's start with the screen recording of all the members from the South Side group to start. This is like literally you have to fucking pause every millisecond to see all these different like people involved with this. Boogie, Playing Southside, Earn, Dove. These are like admins here. I'll literally let it go for another second, and there's just even more people. Some of them are fake names, some of them are real names. We got a nice little she, her, and she, they, and what the fuck longs to, whoever it is. Got some they, thems I saw there. I'm assuming these are supposed to be people who use their cars to impede for, like, these little emojis on the side to label them for different roles that they're doing, maybe? Maybe they're supposed to represent Renee Good? I'm not exactly sure. But it's a lot of fucking people. Sun going. Sun going. Keeps on going. Keeps on going. This isn't just 20 people, this is an army? Yes. Yes. These are every single person here is a traitor. Unless they're a foreigner, then they should be deported at the bare minimum. Deportations are the moderate solution. Fair reminder here. Like, does it say how many? I don't use Signal myself. 1 out of 20. Southside R&R Daily. High volume chat group. All leads start here and get pasted in the FTP chat where it's confirmed ICE activity. Disappearing messages 1 day. So they purposely make to hide their fucking activity here. The ICE is the profile picture. This is intentional. This is people that hate our guts. Aha. Okay. You'll notice emojis next to people's names. Here's the key for what those emojis mean. Highlighted positions are the most crucial. Most are self-explanatory. Mobile patrols spend their entire shift, quote-unquote, searching for suspicious vehicles. When they find one, they send it to the group so that plate checkers can compare with their database to see if it's a known federal vehicle or if a patrol can make the confirmation so the database can be updated. Dispatch runs a maxed out call all day telling protesters where ICE has been spotted and how they can be best included. A bit of chat. Interesting. That's a little bit suspicious. While on a shift, please put an emoji in front of your signal name so we know your role and location. Okay, so I guessed correctly that the car thingy with the puff of air is mobile patrol, stationary patrol, foot patrol, dispatch, hyper local group messenger, school/transport safety spotters, license plate checker, medic aftercare provider. Interesting. Medics and aftercare providers. I know you said the highlighter ones are the most important ones, and I would agree. Obviously, Renee Goods are dangerous. Dispatch pretty dangerous since they're the one organizing where to go. Same with the license plate checker. But medics and aftercare providers, they're fully prepared to get violent. In this case. For each occupation or shift position, protesters have to undergo training. It's unclear what the training entails other than numerous slides of instruction. I see it mentioned repeatedly. Who's paying for all this? Bloomington General. Anita, quote-unquote, Bloom. Bloomington, patrolling something tonight, 8 p.m. CT. Join the call in Bloom General. Admin post. Tonight we will offer Bloomington patrol training at 8 p.m. A single call is limited to 75 users. We will offer additional training sessions at future dates, so if you do not get to attend, know there will be other sessions. At 8 p.m. tonight, please join the call in this chat. Do not join the active RR call expecting training, please. We have 41 slides to cover, should take about an hour. Looking forward to passing on some knowledge in the group. This person named Hogger B. I still haven't been able to take the patrol training. Was previously on the patrol training group, but left since I wasn't actively engaging. Requested to rejoin several days ago. When I finally had time to do it, still have not been let in. Does anyone know how I go about getting back in the patrol training group or what other training options there are? This KitKat/she/her responds with a link, a government link. Doesn't seem like it's a response to the person above. Thank God. Statement by Representative Tabke regarding the proposed ICE detention center in Shakopee. Posting here as this will impact our entire metro, and Shakopee is our neighbor. Contact info for property management line incoming. So sounds like they're trying to target an ICE detention center for this chat right here. This Anita Bloom person again is making a map zones, sharing our Bloomington Patrol Zone map, which is loosely based on city council districts. Nice little profile picture that she has there that show her face. Thank you for your generosity there. Here's a screen reporting of their plate database as well as a link to its instructions. So here's a doc from Proton for how to do plate database here. Submit ice plates. Minneapolis ice plate full resources identifying ice in Minnesota. FAQs. How are you determining if a plate is confirmed ice? Oh. Excuse me. We're doing our best to be consistent in our verification process, generally following these guidelines and shifting specific strategies as new information emerges. Confirmed ICE equals mass/uniformed ICE agents seen in vehicle, actively involved in abduction/raid detainees /abducted folks seen in vehicle, ICE branding on the vehicle. Once again, I like how they call them abducted folks. It's not like they're here illegally in the first place and need to be deported. Highly suspected ICE. Senior abduction/raid and has suspicious attribute/activity reported, e.g. missing plates, identification. Seen traveling with known ICE vehicles and has suspicious attribute/activity reported. Certain suspicious activity at known ICE staging location. Suspected ICE. Seen near abduction/raid. Seen traveling with known ICE vehicles. Seen with certain suspicious attributes. ICE. Cleared, not ICE. Reliable report, this vehicle is not ICE. Unknown, all the reports including info-only records show they're not new sightings. Ugh. There's so much here. So much here that they're doing. This is a little bit of a little screen recording of how they're just identifying people with links to ice plate searches and how to submit an ice plate and all this other fun stuff that they're doing. This is highly fucking organized. Highly organized on purpose to try to make ICE's life more miserable. Well, I didn't see Pretti's name in this one chat, one group chat thing. It's so many going so fast, and it's only one of them when there's several chats for different sections of the city. Since he was there impeding ICE, part of the whistling, recording, trying to quote-unquote direct traffic, there's almost no doubt in my mind that he's part of this. Here's a screenshot of the active dispatch call. It's always active, as well as a shift change. You can see folks are changing their emojis, clocking in and out. I've also attached below a video dispatch actively tracking the vehicle I was in claiming that we were confirmed ICE. We're constantly misidentifying vehicles, paying attention to emojis, track on plate details. I imagine they are misidentifying vehicles just because they're not professionals, but they definitely are trying their best to be some. And they're super fucking paranoid, and if you just look like it, they're profiling you. Remember, chat, stereotypes exist for a reason, after all. And if it's stereotypes for, you know, any of the nuns, right, or for women, or for trainees, or anything else in between, that's bad. You're being racist, you're being sexist, transphobic. But when it comes to ICE agents, or people who suspect to be ICE agents, it's okay to stereotype. Even though you're actually literally putting people's lives on the line. But it's okay then. Standards for, rules for me, but not for thee, after all. So, just saying. Just saying. 750 times 20 is 15k, by the way. If these 20 single chats are similar size and don't have people in multiple chats, we're looking at 15,000 CP USA agents. Holy fuck. Thank you, chat, for doing the math, because holy fuck, 15,000 people. I mean, I'm not surprised based off the demographics of the city and the state just in general, but at the same time, 15,000 people. 15,000 people. That's not an army. That's like multiple armies. Like a couple thousand people is as a small army. You can raid a city with that, technically. 15,000? Now I get they're civilians, so they're not obviously going to be like well trained to do like crazy shit, but they're doing their fucking best. I'm actually surprised that more people haven't died based off everything here. Holy, 15,000 people. And Trump still hasn't done the Insurrection Act yet. Oh my god. Fuck, sorry, I'm blown away. I'm fucking... Okay. More screenshots from the same chat. Moody changed their profile name to the license plate reader Moody things. Frogman did the same thing. You can actually see NH changed their profile name to NH. Got rid of the car emoji. Zone changed from their patrol to just regular zone, so they're actively taking part and following their rules like they should. Here is a video showing part of the call that they've had before. 50.
Chevy Silverado with the newly changed plates with the coexist sticker on the back. We're on Irving and Lake Street going north on Irving. We seem to be the only commuters following. Just wanted to give an update on our location.
Thank you. Do you have anyone in the car with you?
Yes, I do.
Lovely. Thank you.
And we are getting a photo sent to the chat for confirmation.
This is John 612. That we are at Grand and Lake. We're heading toward Irving. We can try and join you.
Thank you, John 612.
Hey, this is Lokito. I'm getting some messages from the WhatsApp group that they're driving around on 28, 29 Pleasant and Pillsbury Avenue. If you want to swing by there first, I'm making my way down that way as well. I am on Lake and Park.
I'll relay to the Spanish chat, or sorry, relay to the Uptown Whittier.
Tired.
Thanks, Aaron.
That Ford just gray Ford just last.
On the car. That's it.
Please go on mute. John 612, please go on mute.
It's going to be a right, the next right.
Lokito, go ahead.
The next right, Chicago.
Yeah, that gray F-150 just drove past me on the opposite way towards Cedar. That was on Lake and Park.
That's us.
Thanks.
You could say we've got two.
As you're speaking, you can see one of the group chats. This looks like 1 out of 23? Not sure. It's kind of hard to tell with the glare because there was 1 out of 20 with other screenshots here, but you can see them actually texting, updating with their names and their little emojis beside them too. Just constantly having to call, just updating together. Like fully 100% organized.
Commuters behind that F-150.
That's confirmed.
Do we have anyone in this call who's at 28th, 29th Pleasant right now? Lokito, you're not there, correct?
Don't wave at them. Do not wave.
Correct, I am on 3rd and Lake. I will be there in probably like 2 or 3 minutes.
This is Liv. I'm at Cedar and Lake going west. Do you want me to keep an eye out?
I'm concerned about the reports from the Spanish WhatsApp about 28th, 29th, and Pleasant. Ern's relaying to Uptown, but Lokito, if you could head there, if you're up for heading there, and you're only a minute or 2 out, that'd be great.
29th Pleasant.
The woman is concerned about the reports in the Spanish WhatsApp group. This is a single chat. There's also a WhatsApp group on top of all this too. But it's Spanish. Spanish should not be spoken in America. I don't care. Like, I know Trump just only recently made English, like, the national language. And so it's a more recent thing. That should have been the default. Because the English are the ones that settled and built this country. And then the other Europeans came in. It's a European country. And Spanish, I know, is technically from Spain. But Mexicans belong in Mexico. Okay? And Venezuelans belong in Venezuela. They can have their national language there, speaking all the Slopnish they fucking want. But America is supposed to be a white English and German descendant country. We don't speak Spanish here. So there's a whole fucking WhatsApp chat for Spanish speaking only, or clearly for illegals or people who are here legally, quote unquote, which I don't fully believe they're actually here legally. There's so many fucking immigration fraud scams that exist on there that purposely help them get green cards and visas and a bunch of fucking other shit. So, on purpose. So, and the woman's concerned about it because she cares way more about these foreigners that should be deported instead of speaking in a Spanish WhatsApp group than they do for her own actual people. Of course. A fucking course. A fucking course. And... fine. This is fine. This is normal. This is great. They don't care. 15,000 people. Holy shit.
5 observers are on there. KM, I'll probably have you stay on that F-150 but anyone else that's on this call that is currently on that F-150, I think we could use our resources and energy better somewhere else.
Sprout, I agree. If there's somewhere you want to send us, that's great. Otherwise, we could go up into Phillips.
If you want to go up into Phillips, that's great. I'm going to attempt a roll call here in a minute. Got it. Sprout, do you have a passenger?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, KM, you disengage.
Is that a rolling stop? Not that I care, but still funny. Interesting. Okay, so I don't know cars. Okay, sorry, the vagina holder doesn't know cars. It's a very masculine thing, in my opinion. I'm kind of curious why. I'm assuming these people in the back are part of the call that they're in, trying to tail people. And that's why they're recording it. Yeah, that's an awful lot of cars for the middle of the day. Yeah, okay, interesting. Three people are tailing these guys in the middle of the fucking day when so many other people are either at work or chilling at home because it's the weekend. What the fuck? Interesting here. Yeah, Black 4, they're talking about Cam Higby. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense. Because, well, here's the thing, right? Stereotypes exist for a reason. Most guys have trucks. And trucks are, well, really hot, but that's beside the point. But the eyesight agents also use trucks a lot because of how formidable they are. And how they're good for, like, carrying different things and, just what trucks are used for by men just in general, okay? Like, I think we know where this is going from. So, they're just tailing them, thinking that they're actually ice. I can only assume that any vehicle they don't know is automatically ice, more than likely, yes. They don't they have a job? No, this literally is their job. One, it's the weekend, so I can give them a pass. I know a lot of people work weekends, but a lot of people don't at the same time. And two, these people are being funded.
White shed.
Like, I'm not gonna call them paid protesters because they're doing this willingly on their own volition. But they are being funded and taken care of, as we can see with, like, the autonomous zone earlier, getting the milk and Starbucks and other water and snacks. And then the Minnesota National Guard giving them donuts and coffee. And then the people in this Signal group chat being in high places. Which we will expose here in a second. But this is a massive thread that he has here. Just going through all the different things within these chats. I'm thinking we probably will go through most of these just to show the gravity of the situation, but there's just so much evidence here. Like, the fact that a new group chat for each zone is made each day. Chats are dated, then deleted the next day. That, I guess, makes sense why it's 1 out of 23 then. 'Cause every day, it's not 1 out of 23 chats. It's literally January 23rd. Wasn't that Friday? That is a work day. These people are insane. This is likely to avoid detection, record keeping, and consequences. By midday, the group chats hit maximum capacity, 1,000 people. Allowed by Signal, and the people who are not chasing federal agents are asked to leave to create room for those who are. The dispatch calls also reach maximum capacity constantly. At least 50 people maximum, which means at any given time in each small zone, there are 50 people chasing agents. But one person said in the chat that it's actually 75, but still, 50 to 75 people is a lot. Every single day, maximum capacity instantly. Yeah, 15,000 people for how many, depending on how many chats there are, which granted, if it's not 1 out of 20, because it's supposed to be January 20th and not 1 out of 20 chats, it's probably not actually 15,000 people after all, but there's still multiple chats for each section, and they get 1,000 people in each chat, and people have to leave to make room, which means there's more than 1,000 people willing to join. There's multiple chats, and there's also WhatsApp groups. You're still probably looking at what? I mean, if we go based off the zoning map we saw earlier, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,000 plus the people that have to leave. And there's a lot of people that probably have to leave. Probably still around like 8,000 maybe, roughly, plus the WhatsApp chats and everything. That's still 7 to 10,000 rough numbers I'm kind of throwing out there depending on the situation here. That's still multiple legions of people. Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking hell. My god. Fuck. I know some libs, they know how it works and they think it's awesome. Then some libs that call Republicans Jew. Lol. It's retarded. See, the thing is, so I brought this up, when I covered the Don Lemon situation that happened last weekend. Not this past weekend, but the last weekend before that when he helped raid a church with the other crazy leftists there. And it's in, if you want to watch it, there's a shortened video. Check it out. At the very end, I showed that there's like 55, at least 55 groups of NGOs, mix of lawyers and healthcare, and other basically providers, that are all leftists, purposely working to help these people who get arrested go free, or to let them go with immigration assistance, etc., etc. There's none that actually exists on the right. And the 55 groups are all within Minneapolis as an example. There are at least 55 of them. Just made nice little Google Google spreadsheet there, made out of it. Just legal resources for this case. There's no right-leaning version of that. There's no right-leaning version of this single group chat. I mean, unless you want to count the single gate leak that happened last year with JD Vance, where they were making fun of people. Oh no, which I did criticize him for allowing that to happen, because they're top of the top line. They shouldn't be having their chat fucking leaked there. That's a different story. That I covered last year when it happened. So like, there's no equivalent for the right. We don't have 7 to 10,000 people with single chats and WhatsApp groups trying to protect ICE and help them. Though they really probably shouldn't, because they'll just get in the way. But you know what I mean in this case. Or to fight back against the leftists, which they shouldn't, because that's civil war and violence is bad, and I disavow. But we don't have that equivalent. We don't have this. This doesn't fucking exist. Nada. The closest thing you have are random streamers like me that talk about this, and like, I guess on the Discord servers and the live stream chats where we're talking about how bad it is. But it's not like an organized group to help ICE or go against these leftists. We're just sitting here complaining, twiddling our thumbs, waiting for Trump to actually do something, because that's technically the correct thing to do. Because the violence is bad and we shouldn't be going on the streets like the left is, but the left is allowed to go do this just because. Which is why Trump needs to handle it, because if he doesn't, it's gonna get uglier. I don't see the right actually doing anything anytime soon, but eventually there's a breaking point. I mean, things got pretty heated after Charlie Kirk got assassinated. Nothing happened because Trump promised a bunch of stuff, and within 2 weeks people forgot. We're gonna see how bad things are gonna get. So, the media's making the protests that everyone sees look bigger than they really are. Might be 2,000 people at some of those. Okay, 2,000 people is a lot. In general, that is a small army in that case. And my numbers are coming from these group chats. These people are not protesting. These people are actively trying to dox ICE agents by following them around with license plate readers, giving aid to the protesters that are there, helping with school and transport, and just tailing them in general and making their lives miserable. And they have shifts as well. And so that's why there's constantly something happening in Minnesota for weeks now, because even those that do have a job when they're outside of work, then they're doing this in their free time. So it's a long-term investment that they're doing. There are organized groups that go against the leftists. There are dragged through courts and had no-knock rates of self-defense cases. Look up what happened to Rundo. Okay, that makes sense. I know there's a bunch of groups that people will claim as feds. The Patriot Front is the one I remember the most because they're still relatively active, all things considered. I remember back in the day, back in like 2016, there was other groups. I know in Charlottesville there was a whole like both good people on both sides moment that Trump had, and where the right actually did a protest and they got fucking shut down pretty fucking quickly. Like whenever the right does something, just immediately they get knocks on the door. Or like January 6th, for example, did not take very long before Biden sent the troops in to get people who were at the January 6th protests. But left, ooh, they get to walk free. Everything's fine and dandy. So Quasi police force uses a system called Salute, which calls out the size of federal units, activity, locations, uniform signs, and locations. They then instruct ICE stations to follow and confront agents at their known locations. Interesting. So S size for strength, actions, activity, location, close, time, date, equipment. They're everywhere and local police are cooperating. Here's an observer calls out possible agent, but says she's just out walking her dog, so can't get on. Dispatch called for backup. Also below is a message indicating that local PD may get involved if ICE has public safety. So this person left the group. They left the group. Joined the group. Assuming they, had to leave because they were busy. Let's see. Are you able to see the drivers? Not clearly. On foot, walking the dog, so had to leave the scene. But confirmed in 2 fronts. For the person at Spooner Park, if ICE is on park property, get pics and I can help. ... From Roseville are the police called back and said ICE has jurisdiction. Call back if they hindered public safety. And somebody reacted with the pig emoji there. So they're not going to do anything against ICE because they can't. Oh, but if ICE is threatening them, then they're going to stop ICE, even though ICE has the jurisdiction, which they already admitted there. Surprise. Surprise, we already knew that the police officers were working with the protesters and rioters, not the actual ICE agents. Which is part of the problem. Why Trump should do the Insurrection Act. We have ICE and confirmed car across the Sun World and the lost something. And it gets cut off. People left the group and then more people join. Just now joining call. Head east on foot. Home base is expecting me. Should be off call in 15 minutes. Had an issue today with a plate confirmed ICE. Something F Ford 150. While there have been at the Whipple, according to the records, that vehicle is either owned or rented by Cam Higby. So now he's being ousted. They fortunately made a spectacle trying to chase them off from a protest. They helped make a propaganda video. Oh, nice. A propaganda video. Totally not the fact that you're doing illegal things. And helping and evading foreigners. So that's cool. Anyway, we can come up with a way to tag not ICE, but fuck them all the same. Do not want to make that mistake again. We got another video here from this group chat.
So the person that just asked for a plate check a minute ago that said 218 AF.
Yeah, it's a white Chevy pickup truck.
Thank you. If you can get documentation, video, or photos of that plate on that car, we can document. Thank you.
All right, yep, getting that for you.
Update on the corner of 32nd and
sticker.
Update on the corner of 32nd and 15th. This Kia, Massachusetts. Folks are whistling at this. It looks like this is a confirmed ICE vehicle. The men inside appear to be ICE, according to the people who are up the window. They have gators.
So the person that just asked for a plate check.
God, they're so annoying. But they're breaking the law by doing this. Which is why I don't feel bad for Pretti, because even though he's so far hasn't been exposed that he's part of this specific group chat, There's multiple of them. There's also WhatsApp chats as well, which they admit to. He was in the middle of the day trying to direct traffic and helping record things while everyone was with the whistles and impeding ICE. He had to be a part of this. He's breaking the law. He was breaking the law. I do not feel bad for somebody who would rather defend Somalians, Venezuelans, illegals, foreigners that should not be here, and are committing heinous crimes against me, an American, and many others. I do not feel bad for them at all. Because they fucked around and they found out. I don't, because they're purposely trying to ruin my life, to ruin your life. It's not fear-mongering, it's not sensationalism, it's actively what they're doing here. Fucking hell. Bloomington Mutual Aid. Hi and welcome. Mutual Aid is a vetted group, which means it requires a real name and either a phone or email for every person joining. Keep our neighbors and community members safe. If you're a parent or teacher, please also describe relations with Bloomington schools to join the schools list. Please add me above contact group, contact info to be added to mutual aid group. Fucking help Lake and Third. Help Lake and Third. Lake and Third. What's happening? Someone in Whittier just posted, said ICE waiting more details. Does anyone know this profile person? The chat is vetted. It's on the Whittier Wolfpack chat. As the name the Wolfpack makes it cringe, but that's beside the point. I don't know if we related them at all. Oh, fucking watermelon there. Message was deleted. Interesting here. It's just constant. Just all these people are admins here. We got the dispatchers, the license plate readers. Just like interesting name, Amanda Kohler. We have a tab about her. That's for sure. Like, there's thousands of people part of these chats. Thousands. And there's so many messages with them that they're able to find here. Just trying to find more ICE agents. And they're officials. They are actual government. Their government officials are partaking in chats. At least 2 Democrat Minnesota state officials and a campaign advisor, Tim Walz, Amanda Kohler, has been identified as admins and dispatchers in a now leaked single group chat used to stalk and impede federal immigration operations in the state. We can't fully zoom in this stuff. But this Anita Bloom person who we've seen lots of chats about in the recent leaks that we went over is this lady right here, standing next to Walz. Here's Amanda Kohler, also standing next to Tim Walz. Loco Tio Dave's apparently this guy here. Who is at this community center. And then the irony is, over the weekend too, Tim Walz was hiding behind his gate of his nice, house with a megaphone talking about how, they're gonna peacefully protest and handle the situation.
We're going to cause good trouble.
Yeah, we're gonna cause good trouble, he says, even though he's got multiple people that he is connected to partaking in anti-ICE. This is also why that I don't trust this, right? I hope it's not Trump backing down. I really hope it's not Trump backing down. Because Tim Walz is a snake. That literally yesterday talked about how he's not gonna compromise his Trump, and then he's, hiding behind his pearly gates in his ivory tower, as he's megaphoning to the protesters about how they're going to cause good trouble, quote unquote, once again to impede ICE. He's constantly talked about not working with ICE. National Guard are helping these people by giving them donuts and coffee. The police are also part and aware of what's going on. Like, I don't trust them. I don't fucking trust them. And more people are being found out from these single gates. The stuff about taking part of this. Sorry, my tabs are a little bit out of order. With the single stuff. Yeah, we can do this one first. Breaking single gate donors list available for download. Politicians and foreign leadership confirmed. One of the files revealed by Cam Pickney, a resource file directs people with money to a website, Stand with Minnesota, which in turn directs donors to a campaign ran by Tending the Soil on Chuft. More about Tending the Soil later. What to know, the campaign is hosted by Chuft, and it's the first donation to come from Johnny Soposiuk, a Canada-based community organizer who is part of a Chuft leadership and specializes in fundraising. He is most likely a central figure in raising money. So yeah, it's starting to look like foreigners are playing a key role in all of this. That's not all. I've put together a spreadsheet of 4,000 plus donors and their possible identities. Download the next link below. I did download it. I have not had time to check it out because I transferred it into a file and a whole bunch of stuff, and yeah, with different things. But Data Republican is usually pretty good about this stuff, so I do trust her when it comes to finding out this information. Have money, not near the action. No people, not near the action. SamWithMinnesota.com. Introduction. This is a simple embedded link-style list of resources cleared for widespread use. Ordering the resources not intended to prioritize any one resource or organization. Safety tip. When joining unvetted signal chats, it's highly recommended to use a pseudonym. Be careful about the information you share. Well, these people should have been a little bit more careful then, because they got ousted pretty fucking quickly. When joining unvetted signal I read that. If you wouldn't want to read it back to you in a courtroom or put it in a screenshot, don't put it in an unvetted chat. Save it for a vetted space or even better, a DM. Unvetted single chats, oh my. Okay. Thank you, VTube Studio, for crashing. I appreciate it. 1 second, for some reason, it decided to crash on my phone. Come on. Back to life, thank you. Okay, there we go. Unvetted single chats will say so in the description. So even they know they are breaking the law. Even they know what they're doing was putting their lives at risk. Not literally for death. Well, I guess what they kind of are in the case of Good and Pretti. But they are doing very illegal things that could be put themselves in a courtroom. And they admit it! They admit it here! Oh! Some of the CELO members were posting about running a safe house in Canada too. And of course, Canada's not going to go do anything, right? Canada's not going to do anything about it. They're more than happy about this stuff. Minnesota is under occupation by federal agents from ICE and Sea Border Patrol. And we need your support. Stand with Minnesota. Across Minnesota, ICE continues to stop, harass, and detain people regardless of citizenship status. Normal life in Minnesota has been interrupted as schools have been forced to close or go virtual as people fear leaving their homes or going to work. Minnesota is organized and activated to respond to this violence, but they need our help. This is such fucking bullshit. This is them fear-mongering here. The only people that are actually being arrested by ICE or legals that committed the worst of the worst crimes, Trump has already talked about repeatedly since he's become president, which I criticize him for every single time, and he did this recently too. We're talking about giving amnesty to people who are the good illegals here, that just want a better life and don't commit, you know, the worst of the worst crimes. Which is absolute bullshit. They all need to go. Every single foreigner needs to go. Legal and illegal. I don't fucking care. If it came after the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, you need to fucking go. Unless you're European, then you're allowed. The pain, I guess, depends on the European too. But we can get to the nitty-gritty details with the Europeans after the Brownoids go. Anyways, I know that's a pipe dream. So we can at least focus on the legals for now, because it's a pretty clear-cut case. You came here legally, you shouldn't be here. Done, one and done, right? But even then, they're only going after the drug traffickers, the sex traffickers, the wife beaters, all those other fun people, right? So those are the only people that need to be scared. Okay? Like, in this case. So if anybody's actually scared to leave their house to go to work or go to school, you're being paranoid. 100% paranoid, or maybe you actually should be deported. Which in that case, you deserve it. So... This directory places the donate to all comes from activists on the ground plugged into the situation. Everything is vetted, with the exception of individual GoFundMes. Not everyone is on our networks, and we don't want to pick and choose who's worthy of help. If you don't have resources to give, please amplify what you're hearing and seeing about Minnesota across social media and also in your networks, friends, and family offline. Read our testimonies and know what life is like in Minnesota right now. Overwhelmed by amount of listings here, donate to... I'm not pronouncing that. An immigrant-run organization getting things done on the ground. Immigrant Law Center of Minnesota is providing assistance to hundreds of people with families detained by ICE, or the Immigrant Rapid Response Fund, a fund assembled by a coalition of Twin Cities Foundation committed to getting assistance out the door as quickly as possible. So, instead of help, the three main organizations that they focus on if you get overwhelmed by the amount of listings, because there's so many they can fund, are immigrant ones. Immigrants that should not be here. We all know what they mean by immigrants in this case. These are the brown ways, because they're the most recent ones. They should not be here. They have their own countries. Go back, right? So, like, 3 of them are all trying to help immigrants stay here, and whether that be legally or illegally in this case, and fund their lives. As they steal more tax dollars, as they commit more rape, as they sex traffic more people in, and bring in more drugs. These are the people the leftists are defending here, and they're proud of this. They're fucking proud of this. And this is who Pretti and Good died for. So once again, I don't care how many people I fucking pissed off with my take. I do not care about Pretti's death. Even if it was an accident and a heat of the moment thing where the SIG goes off and all that fun stuff, okay? I do not care, because these people are traitors who rally to fund foreigners who want me raped and beaten, defrauded, over actual real Americans going to the work and trying to have a family at home, because they're real actual Americans, and they rather have to defend the foreigners like they have their own countries. I don't give a shit. They can have families and defraud and rape when they go back to their own country. I care about actual real Americans, and these people are traitors. I don't care if Pretti dies because of this. Not glorifying his death. Not saying it's a good thing, because that's, that's bad. But he's part of this organization here. Like, holy fuck. Holy fuck. Find a man that loves you like libs love illegals. Yeah, that's right, chat. I'll flip this on you. You need to find a woman that loves you like how liberals love illegals, because Jesus, this is insane. The amount of loyalty they have to them. They're all traitors. It's the heat map meme, and this should scare you. Once again, I'm not trying to like fearmonger or sensationalize. I firmly believe that a lot of people need to wake up to the severity of the situation, where these leftists that are part of the single group chat and funding with this stand with Minnesota and everything like that, they hate your guts. These are the same people that cheered when Charlie Kirk fucking got assassinated. They're the ones that were disappointed that Trump wasn't a successful assassination. They're the ones watching Hassan and Destiny talking about how people need to actually, out them. They're the ones making lists of people to be assassinated next. They're the ones that rather defend these foreigners over your hardworking tax dollars. For this case. They don't care. They are traitors. They hate your guts. They want you dead. It's that simple. Fucking hell, I can't stand. This is not 2016 anymore. We can't have a dialogue with them. It's like, I don't like it. I wish we could actually talk to them. I wish we could come to a compromise, some sort of agreement. But they're delusional. They cannot be reasoned with, and they hate our guts and they want us dead. They said in multiple protests, well, they actually want white people to die. It just... They were unhappy that Renee Good was a woman. For this case, everything. But they still had to make her a martyr anyways, because they had to have a fucking mission. It's just... I can't. And then there's people on the right who are like, well, I can't believe ICE did this. I support ICE, but they fucked up with this case and therefore it's bad. Oh my god. I don't care. I don't care. Thank you, Mana Yud Sushai, for the $9.99. Thank you, my dude. The GOP are planning the next college debate, and the Dems are planning to put their enemies in gulags. Act accordingly, stay safe out there. Yes, exactly that. Exactly fucking that. And the right needs, like, a lot of people on the right do seem to be waking up to the situation of this, but a lot of it is insular and online. I do think online does translate to reality a decent amount, but there's still plenty of normies out there just grilling. Like, I saw one of those, like, Google Trends statistics, right? And there was, like, one for, like, ICE, one for Minnesota, and then one for like Pretti, and then one for the Seahawks, the sports ball team. And Seahawks was just like fucking way up there, way shooting up for what happened over the weekend. So the normies are still just grilling. They're still just grilling. They're still not paying attention. They still have their neck in the sand, and just just going about their lives. And you know what? On one hand, good for them, right? I'm glad that they can ideally, live their idyllic lives and not have to worry about these things. And in a lot of ways, I kind of wish I could be like that too. My life would be a lot easier and all that fun stuff, but fucking hell. But the left clearly cares about this, and when you have 10,000 people as a rough estimate being part of these group chats within Minneapolis alone, and Minneapolis is not even the worst place when it comes to fighting against ICE. It's just the ones that's been on the news is the most violent so far out of the blue states and sanctuary cities. It's looking bleak, chat. Looking bleak. But we can't blackpill. We can't blackpill. We just have to keep on pushing forward, keep on reporting about the situation. Keep talking about this so more and more people are aware of what's happening. And like more and more people do wake up. Obviously 2020 was a catalyst for a lot of people between COVID and Black Lives Matter. And then the trans debate getting so far extreme. And then Elon buying Twitter was a good thing despite all the flaws that Elon has. Like, it's more and more people are getting aware of the situation. But fucking hell, this is not looking good. Support frontline organizers demanding justice and shutting down ICE in Minnesota. Lovely. There's this Johnny Sopotuk. Oh, a white guy. Community organizing fundraising co-director Union Co-op BC movement leadership. We are chuffed. That's a horrible name. Movements of solidarity. Lovely. Solidarity, my brothers. And then here's a screenshot of the Proton list here that has all the different details of the people in the single chat. Like this Laura Christensen person. This may be a possible match. A labor attorney identified Laura Christensen Garcia, foreigner, who is reported to be based in Oakland, California, and associated with Beeson, Taylor, and Bodine, the National Lawyers Guild, San Francisco Bay Area chapter. Union-side legal work with Unite Here Locals and the Fellowship of Loyola University Chicago's Rodin Center for Social Justice. No public Facebook, Blue Sky, X, LinkedIn, or Instagram profiles were identified within the provided material. The record indicates immigrant justice adjacent work through labor and legal channels, but does not show any explicit anti-ICE statements or clearly attributable immigrant justice activism. Excuse me. Searchers also located individuals with the same name in Minnesota, a city administrator and several therapists who appear unrelated to the linkage to Oakland Labor Attorney Senative and may be incorrect. So this, like I said, like she says, this one could be incorrect about who it is. It could not be the labor attorney, the immigrant labor attorney, but it could be a city administrator instead, or a therapist, and I can definitely see the therapist. In this case, so basically, all leftist rules regardless, and she's still a foreigner, so she probably should be deported anyways. In this case, but just more immigrant justice people, lawyers that they claim to be. So these people hate our guts. Fucking hate our guts. I mean, here's the training manual for domestic terrorist patrols chasing ICE agent in Minneapolis. Because that's the thing, right? That's what I haven't mentioned this once in this entire stream, and I'm kind of ashamed of myself actually. These people are a part of or adjacent to Antifa. After Charlie Kirk, Trump did make Antifa a domestic terrorist organization. What they're doing is borderline, if not actual terrorism, depending on the severity of the situation here. Beyond the whole impeding ICE, which is already breaking the law right there, and all that fun stuff, right? Like, what they're doing with their training documents and how to handle the situation to make ICE's life even more miserable is borderline terrorism, if not actual terrorism, like with Renee Good blocking the road with her car and trying to hit the ICE officer when that happened a few weeks ago. Like, and it's not, Antifa is a domestic terrorist organization. They are quite violent. There's also ICE Watch, which Renee Good was part of, and I'm sure they're associated with this in some way, shape, or form. They are working together to create as much chaos and violence as possible within the most legal amount of means, but at the same time breaking the law. Because they know nothing's going to happen to them, because Trump's not actually doing anything about it properly. I mean, he kind of is, but not enough, obviously. And it's apparently the watered down OPSEC version of it. So, and it's just, this video just is 25 seconds long, just constantly scrolling through. We got a table of contents here. Do not text and chat while driving. Oh, look how responsible of them. Minnesota best practices guides for neighborhood or area patrol monitors. Table of contents, introduction, patrolling community, mobile patrol. Same emojis that they use in the single group chat here. So clearly working, clearly related. Stationary patrol, stationary monitors, what to bring, foot patrol, information for all the patrol types, patrol decision tree, RR chat information, chat emoji information, risk levels and considerations, whistles, and find abductor/vehicles, looking for some combination of these potential factors to make it more likely, ice encounters, salute, communicating useful information, documentation of abduction, immoral/fucked up and or threatening actions, communicating with dispatchers, ice tactics/police, ice boxes, ice and police, ice authority, county jail contracts, chemical first aid. What's new if you're detained as a responder? And detained by ICE as a responder? How the RR groups connect? Resources, additional information. Down, let's see. Patrolling/commuting. As of their speed, mobile patrols and station monitors are most useful roles right now and contribute to stopping abductions that happen fast. Try it out. Literally admitting in the first fucking line for the patrolling commuting that they've already stopped multiple ICE investigations and allowed people to go free. Because once again, they call detaining these illegals and these criminals abductions because they see them as their neighbors, as their friends and family, as fellow Minnesotans when they're foreigners here to rape and beat people. That's cool. Already admitting that they've already stopped multiple investigations right now. These people literally are domestic terrorists. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. Abductors are circling back to a lot of places that they want to be. The combination of mobile patrol and sanctuary monitoring is extra helpful. Pick an area and dedicate yourself to it. You'll be best able to respond in neighborhoods and on streets you know and familiar with. Not everyone needs to respond to everything that happens everywhere. Consider staying put if it seems like others are responding. Even when there are big raid mobilizations, it does not mean that other teams aren't operating in other places. If in doubt, ask dispatch on a call or in the chat if you're needed versus doing your own thing. This is literally a military. This is like a civilian military group here. Where, I mean, well, they're not actually having, well, I was gonna say guns, but then Pretti had a gun on him, so I'm curious how that actually goes down. But they're not having, like, the pitchforks, to, like, actually, like, try to kill ICE officers yet here. Like, they are well organized as best as possible for being civilians to create as much chaos as possible. And you can't make it up, because it's literally right in front of our fucking faces here. Not military militia. My apologies, chat. My apologies for the wrong term there. It's like a civil war. Almost. Slash beanie. Yeah, I mean, this is what I mean when I said earlier it's a lukewarm civil war. Right? Because I'm not going to call it a full-on civil war like the Beanie Man does. Because it's not the left and the right fighting in the streets. Like the brown shirts and stuff like that. It's not, we're not there, we're not that far yet. But it's lukewarm because unlike it being online, like the culture war back in like 2016, Gamergate, feminism, meme culture, Trump and the presidency, that kind of stuff. It's like a cold civil war is what the culture war is. This is lukewarm because it's the left being organized, domestic terrorists, actively causing problems, becoming martyrs for their cause, and just causing as much problems as possible. Meanwhile, the right is staying at home and just minding their own business, essentially. I mean, let's just say minding their own business. Obviously, there's, you know, me streaming, you guys watching, Cam Higby infiltrating the single chat, which once shout out to him for doing the Lord's work here, for all this fun stuff. And there's people talking about it on the right, but we don't have the same thing. We don't have the same organization. We don't have the same chats. We're not actually on the streets handling the situation, which is good. Once again, good thing, because Civil War bad. But but this is only a one-sided thing. And that's why it's lukewarm. Sorry, I'm switching to water. I haven't been drinking that much water this stream. We also don't have funding from foreign governments to Soros. That's also true. That's a fair point. I mean, Elon could probably do something, but he doesn't. He just sits there and tweets all fucking day. Which, on one hand, is kind of nice because he's talking about white genocide now and replacement, and there was some noticing that he did the other day, which I thought was really fucking funny. But at the end of the day, he's not really helping much, and a lot of it does seem performative from from my perspective. So, we once again, we don't have these things. So, fucking hell. More than that, it's an army of slaves and future votes. That's true. Because all the Somalians are helping, or, you know, helping Wolves win elections. And same with Fry. That's actually what happened with Frey. Fry, I always want to call him Frey, because that's how it seems to be pronounced, but apparently it's not that. You fucking... Okay. And that they're getting some sort of kickback from helping with the Somalian scam, too. But they rather just import the votes, and they're clearly committing election fraud. Like, they've admitted that they commit election fraud. It's been proven they commit election fraud. Minnesota has a, you can vouch for 8 people if they don't have an ID. So, one person with an actual ID can vouch for 8 other people to say that they can vote. If that's not election fraud, then I don't know what it is. They admitted they fortified the 2020 election, literally in the New York Times. That's cool. You know, the Dominion voting machines, all that fun stuff, how much they clamped down on that, and that's just with the, like, the actual major presidency, right? Like, it's insane how well organized they are, and how much they want to actually displace the real true American people, because they know they have no way to win if they don't. And the Republicans just sit there with their thumbs up their asses, not actually doing anything, because they also get the benefits from this. They're not going to, you know, they're not going to be actively take part in this. I mean, there's some that actively take part, like Greg Abbott and Ted Cruz allowing Texas to become more Indian, like crazy. Or like let's say like Indiana not allowing gerrymandering. I think also there's a couple other states too that were against. Meanwhile, California was all gung-ho about it. And they allow it just because that's the left understands power case. Or like the Haitians in Ohio, for example. There's also Somalians in Maine. Like there's so many Republicans that are actively taking part by not doing anything, because they also basically get the benefit by not rocking the boat, and usually get some sort of pushback in some way, shape, or form. They're not helping. They're not helping at all. And they'll put up a big fuss about, oh, it's so terrible when it becomes an issue within the people's eyes, but they won't solve the fucking problem. Thank you, Booktrack Grooves, for the $10 reviews over on Rumble. Thank you. These people are the same people who will never answer what is a woman. They go hail science, yet don't tell you how they measure what is a woman. Cheers. Well, thank you again for the $10 reviews. You're completely fucking correct. That goes back to the fact that they have rules for me, but not for thee. Like, they don't care. All they care about is advancing their cause. I know Vosh is like, Vosh is still probably really popular, but ever since he had the whole lolly horse porn, controversy happen, he's been keeping a pretty low profile, which is honestly for his benefit. But I remember a clip of him, and for those who don't know, Vosh is a huge leftist streamer who used to be super popular to talk about on the right. Once again, he's not been mentioned much anymore because he's keeping a low profile, but he's up there with Destiny and Hassan. And I remember there was a clip of him years ago now that I remember being mortified, where he said that he doesn't care because as long as his side wins. Because people were criticizing him for like changing his stance and principles for different things. And this was years ago now. And I remember reading, listening to it and thinking what a fucking shitty person he is. For not actually having principles. And just how vile the left is for that. And obviously a lot of people supported him on the left. And as the years have gone on, I now understand where he's coming from. Even though I still don't approve of it, because I like having principles, I like having standards, I want everybody to, at least under the law, be treated equally, ideally, right? in these cases, that mentality that he has is what the left has in general. That's allowing them to run rampant. That's allowing them to do these single group chats and impede on ICE investigations and allow them to make themselves martyrs in this case. That's why they can't answer what is a woman, but tell you to trust the science and take the COVID vaccine. They don't have standards. They don't have principles because their only goal is to win, have as much power as possible so they can keep on winning forever. And until the right realizes that it's every single leftist that believes in it, whether they're a paid protester or a true believer or a useful idiot or anything else in between, the right's never going to win, because I don't want to say we have to do the same because it doesn't bring me any joy to say that, because once again, I like having principles, but the left will use our principles against us as best as they can, hence why you have people on the right crying about Pretti dying here, to the ICE officers, when in reality we just shouldn't care, because the left would cheer and celebrate if we did, if a right-leaning person died for any reason at all. In this case, and this leftist actively hates us. So tell the right realizes that as a whole, we're not getting anywhere. Until Trump realizes this, we're not getting anywhere. So, Hassan has admitted to being a straight-up propagandist. Not surprised, because, I mean, he is. He's for the left. And, I mean, that's what he is. And I don't see myself as a propagandist. I just like to talk about politics, and obviously I'm biased on the right. Like, if ICE really did fuck up here, I would be critical of them, but it wasn't enough for me to be really super critical in this case. But everyone has their biases, and in my case, I see myself as at least a more, I think, realistic. Every radical thinks they're the centrist, right? Every radical thinks they're correct. And so this what makes me have a little bit of doubt when I say these things. But after, what? Over 10 years of being involved in politics at this point in time, and going from being on the left to being like a classical centrist to being where the fuck I am on the right, I have learned that you can't reason with the left, and radical problems create these radical solutions. Weimar problems need Weimar solutions. Like, it's a reality we have to face here, even if it makes me uncomfortable. If it doesn't make me fucking happy, I'd rather be a sensible centrist, right? I would be happy to have a fence stuck up my ass and give all the splinters go to my intestines. Like, that sounds really nice, actually. But that time has long been over. And I will keep on beating this drum until something actually happens. Because right now, nothing's happening. Alright, will Optus cuck and tone police themselves into extinction? This is why Patriot Front exists. Stop caring about your enemies' opinions? Yes. Yes. A Patriot Front does make... I don't fully trust Patriot Front because I've heard they've been infested by feds. And which is not surprising because the feds are not exactly in our favor. Despite me defending ICE agents, the government is not on our side. At least at this moment. Not even under Trump. He's kissed the wall way too much. But, it's not looking good. Looking good. So. Oh my god. And we still have a shit ton of fucking tabs through chat. Can you believe it? Fucking believe it here. I'm gonna take a quick pee break once again. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. We'll continue on because, yeah. you. I'm back. Oh, thank you, Haster the Fool, for the $5 reduce while I was gone. Oh, thank you. If you're honest and open about your biases and it's not propaganda, it's when you obscure them and claim otherwise and make it propagandist, that's fair enough. I mean, I still do try to take situations and see them relatively objectively. Like, obviously I'm biased towards the right, but I do still at least try. At least I think I do. Like I said, if I really did fuck up and I don't know, started like ass blasting, shooting like fucking crazy into the crowd, I probably would have a different position and be like, holy fuck, this is a hot mess, right? But in this case with Pretti, that didn't happen. It's definitely a little bit murky, but I do think the ICE agents are right at the moment, and it was just a fucking hot mess in this case. But yes, obviously I am biased on the right, so God, that would be based. I disavow, but I only read that because that'd be kind of that's funny. There was a fracturing Patriot trunk and another group in 2017 when Thomas, an innovative leader organizer, got jailed. Been a Fed pool ever since it was subverted. That sounds familiar. It's like there was other groups that were similar to Patriot Front back in like the 2016 time period. I just don't remember their names at this point because they were very suspicious and I just kind of like laughed them off. In this case, and it's unfortunate because this is why the right can't actually win. And I see some people in the YouTube chat did bring this up. Like, every pro-white organization had feds. It's not really an argument for. Like, that's the problem, right? Anything that's pro-white, pro-American, anything that's actually right-leaning is infested by feds because the government is not actually on our side. But it makes it really hard for us to organize this. Versus with these single chats, yes, the left has high-level politicians involved with this, but they're open about being high-level politicians, actively trying to help them out. Whereas the feds are there to destroy from within. And that's the fucking problem. Like, it's still an argument, in my opinion, because it shows that we are purposely put in disadvantage to be replaced, even by the government that says it's supposed to be on our side. It's almost impossible in this case. Like, why would you risk your life and your family, yourself just in general, for an organization that will more than happy throw you under the bus? Not because the original organizers of the group wants you to, because the feds involved in there that snuck in are. Like, it's just I can't justify it in that case. Government's not on your side. That's just it's just so fucking upsetting. So fucking upsetting. Fucking hell. Is Amal's mic cutting out? Oh, it is? I'm sorry, chat. I'm not sure why I've been having audio issues recently. I can't tell if it's like I myself is getting quieter. I did boost myself, but if I boost myself too much and it cuts out because I'm going too high. But I don't know. Here, my apologies. I'm sure I know it's not exactly a pleasant stream experience here. Okay. And just more pictures of the fucking documents with this signal group chat and how to help each other, but I'm gonna skip them for the sake of time because it's just it's exhausting. But on top of that, the man who was killed by ICE was apparently anti-ICE resistant in group chats. Well, I'm not sure this is actually been confirmed, but it would make the most logical sense based off everything that we know of him and the group chats themselves already. But do you know who's running the chats? Minnesota State Representative Alex Falconer. He admitted it. He opened about it. When is he gonna be hauled in for questioning? Which is a valid point. Lives with TikTok. Valid fucking point.
You know, yesterday we had the young man, 13-year-old, handcuffed by ICE. His father taken away. I arrived there as soon as I could. I talked to some of the family members. It's devastating. And I don't know. Just going home and talking to my kids about what happened and how this is affecting our community. These are terrible times.
Can I point out how gay he is? Can I call him a faggot? Call him a faggot.
But we will get through it. We'll get stronger for it.
Every single person in this crowd is non-white. I don't see a single person in this crowd that's actually white. In fact, most of them look Somalian. You can tell by the light bulb head, very thin chins and big fucking brains that have nothing in it at all. You can see with like the mouth breathing openness about it, the dead eye stare. Not even paying attention, looking at their phones. In this case, because this guy's recording. Just all these guys should not. Every single person here should not be in America. They should not be here in America. In fact, this actually looks like a mosque based off the carpet on the ground. Some of the stuff in the background too. This guy is speaking at. Like, they should not be here. If they are Somalian, they should go back to Somalia. If they're not, then they should go back from whatever third world country they come from. They're not American. They're foreigners. Here to loot and pillage and rape. They all should go. It's that simple. I should just go in here and round every single one up and send them on a plane back home. It's that simple.
And we will look out for one another. Before coming to the state legislature, I'm a community organizer at heart, and that's part of what I'm trying to bring to the legislature. I'm helping to lead the community response, rapid response network that we have, given.
Also, listen, I'm not like the best at noticing, okay? Like, I fully admit I'm not the best at noticing. But he's got a very certain small hat phenotype that he's going on here. I'm just saying, with his own big head, skinny jaw, you know, skinny nose, big wide ears that jut out like crazy. I just find it a little bit ironic that if he is a small hat person, that he's talking to a crowd of Muslims that would more than be happy if he died, if they got the chance. So, my Judar isn't tingling? Okay. Okay, maybe I'm off here and that's my bed. But just a little bit much. Regardless, the point stands. If he's not a small hat person, they'd still be happy if he died, because he's white. So that's all they care about. He's just chopped.
Rapid response network that we have, given any ICE situations. I have a couple cards here. I'm willing to stop in to stay around and talk with anybody that wants any more information. We've got a couple groups on the app Signal that we would love for you to join. Whether or not you want to be a part of the resistance.
None of these people are actually caring here. None of them. I mean, this guy's got an AirPod in. These are fucking dead-eye stares. He's just off in dreamland. Staying with him. There's no actual active thoughts going in these guys' minds. The 68 IQ makes it hard to process what the fuck a signal chat actually is. Which, is interesting they straight up says, there are signal chats that you can join. They're not taking part of this. They have their own group. They have their own system there. From the other protests that we've seen so far over the past weeks, they are working together as their own because they're their own people. They're not actually assimilating. The only people who are actually actively impeding ICE officers are the race traders, like Renee Good. I'm not gonna call Pretti a race trader because he's way too much of a rat to do so. In this case, but he at least is admitting about the single chats.
Network. I fully understand that you may not be comfortable with that, but you can help us in a lot of ways by sending an alert that if you see any suspicious vehicles, any traffic, if you know of anybody that is being targeted, that's being detained, we have resources immediately available that we can send to you, send to their family, get them legal help, help the families if they need food, if people are afraid to leave their homes to get food. We're working with the food shelves to try.
Everything he's saying in the past few seconds so far have been repeated in the single group chats and part of the documents that have been leaked and part of the whole Stand with Minnesota website where you can donate to immigration lawyers and funding there. He's just saying this out loud. This guy is the state representative, openly admitting to so many crimes at this point. It's not even funny.
Try to figure out a way to deliver groceries. I know yesterday apartment complexes needed their parking lots plowed and people were being taken as they were moving their cars. We can move your car for you. Just please, like, anything, small, large, we are here for you. And we will stand with you. We will stand for you. So please do not hesitate to reach out for the information
I'm sure they're more than happy too, because anything more free Gibbs makes them happy. They might not be understanding the ones that are sitting. They probably can't really comprehend what the fuck he's saying completely, but they can understand free Gibbs, and they're more than happy to take those.
So please do not hesitate to reach out for the information to join these groups so that we can all work together to protect one another. This is Minnesota. We value you. We love you. You are welcome here. And thank you for being here.
This is Minnesota. We love you and we value you. No. They're Somalians. They're Somalians. Go back to Somalia. It's not that hard. It's not a very hard concept to understand here. But yeah, Minnesota State Representative Alex Faulconer. That's literally just talking about the single group chat that we've already went through with multiple pages showing how they're committing crimes. And he's actively partaking in this, organizing this. Trump needs to go after him. 100%. He should be behind bars at the bare minimum. Because he is literally a traitor, an insurgent. And, you know, once again, the rough estimation that I had for these group chats of people is 7 to 10,000. 7 to 10,000 people partaking in those group chats as the rough estimate. And he's helping organizing this. That's multiple small military, you know, that's paramilitary or militias, depending on what term you want me to use in this case. That's insane. And yet nothing's happening to him. I haven't heard anything about it. You know, Trump is just talking to, you know, Walls and Frey here. Walls and Frey. Fry. Whatever the fuck his name. And no, just being like, and sending strongly worded letters about it, even though they're actively partaking in this and have multiple people within these group chats connected to the Walls himself. Nothing's actually happening. Nothing's actually fucking happening here. And there's even more people that have been found out. Like there's Anita Smithson. So we saw this picture earlier, with her and Walls. This case. But she's a candidate for Minnesota State Senate, an avid ICE watch dispatcher. In her spare time, she likes supporting her Black Lives Matter activists, being a spur for Tim Walz and risk management for a major bank here. So third-party risk management, risk oversight specialist at U.S. Bank by day, political strategist and campaign manager by heart. Values-driven leader, seeking to expand and understanding and expertise in both my professional and personal political work. Being interested in communications, content creation, project management, process development, and ways of bringing authentic self to work here. Here she is again. She, her. Life, mom, progressive. Yimby. We all do better when we do better. Black Lives Matter. Another fucking innovator. Here's the Walls again. Here's her Instagram. Fucking see her. Talking about, local voices priorities for this, whatever group, this Smithson State Senate thing. So she's clearly somewhere in relatively high place, have connections with Walls and these organizing events that she's doing. I guess trying to be a candidate for state senate does give you that power after all. So then there is one of the worst ones actually. Is meet Flan Southside, aka Lieutenant Government Peggy Flanagan, dispatch admin of singles group chat. Of course, Smithson would include her in the group to run dispatch operations. So figuring out who Booty is makes calls. Possible, but how about that? A Lieutenant Governor. So underneath Tim Walz, okay? Because Tim Walz is the governor of Minnesota, and the Lieutenant Governor is part of the single group chat. Here. U.S. Senate candidate, Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, OBGBUA earring enthusiast. What the fuck is this fucking Star Wars shit? Is he we weed muka we speaks loud in a clear voice. What in the Somalian? Another fucking race traitor here. That once again, putting behind bars is the moderate solution. We have laws for what happens to traitors. And exile does exist. Sorry about that, I'm drinking. So, else here. So, today I joined 1,000 Minnesotans for a peaceful protest. Oh, I like soda without ice. So funny here. Ice out of Minnesota. Start taking pictures. Actively working against the federal government and purposely trying to promote foreigners to loot and pillage our country. Which makes sense with the whole Gizzy Wee Weeda Mocha Wee thing that she's got in her fucking bio. Lieutenant Governor. Lieutenant Governor is part of the signal group chat. That's how bad it is. Boogie might actually be Pit Walls. But I feel like he's probably too busy to actually be taking part of this. But you never know here. All I heard was jaw noises. Yes. Oh, Chris Pillar, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being Rumble Bro. I know Rumble Bros, I'm not really good job at reading your chats. My apologies about that, but I do appreciate you being on Rumble, because fuck YouTube. And then there's also this lady, Amanda Noah Kohler, whose codename is H-A-H. One of the admins of the Minnesota Ice Watch Signal group chat. She believes that property damage isn't violence and is campaign strategist for 10 Walls and organizes a lot of protests and walkouts in the area. Here's her picture. This is her profile picture in the group chat with her with a chicken. Amanda Noel Kohler, see her. Policy and advocate strategist, advocate, organizer, and coalition builder. Equitable food system democracy. What a fucking commie. With individual twin cities, some sort of like, I'm assuming ice protest. Oh, this looks okay. This is No Kings. This is No Kings. You can tell by the little crowns there. So she was actually partaking with this. Obviously has a shit ton of cats, because of course she does. Be surprised she has any kids of her own. Let's see. July 25 to present. She's a principal owner. Amanda Kohler Consulting, self-employed. Interesting. Owner / operator from also the present from April 2023. Maple Urban Farm. I guess that explains the chicken. Passionately managing a thriving urban microfarm featuring 15 organically fed heritage breed hens, 75 plus varieties of vegetable herbs, fruits, and flowers. It actually sounds good. Why do all the leftists have to be the ones with the clean fucking food? And here she is with 10 Walls once again. And her chicken. Ugh. So, there are more. Okay, there's not more so far. But it's just, there's 3 people there. 3 people that are photos with 10 Walls, or in this case, the Lieutenant Governor himself. That are in these single group chats. I don't even know what to say at this point. Like, this is exhausting. Absolutely fucking exhausting. Like, it's already terrifying. There's like 7,000 to 10,000 fucking crazy rabid leftists in these single group chats. Partaking in Minnesota and stopping ICE. But the fact that it's actual high people in high positions of government partaking in this, Honor Walls himself, and Trump decides that yes, we can just send another strongly worded letter and we can talk to him and reach an agreement. And now I think he's going to be a lying snake about it and backstab him in some way, shape, or form. And Trump is allowing this to go on for weeks at in. And there's people just, I can't, I'm so tired, Pat. I'm just fucking exhausted. Like, I've been kind of, like I said before, I'm getting tired of talking Minnesota in general. But each passing week, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And it's just like, what are we, I don't want to mean a black pill, because you should never actually give up, right? As soon as you give up, the enemy wins. And you can take a break, you can get your, you should take a break from time to time, right? Get the rest, recuperate. Because everyone has a breaking point. but then continue fighting on, because as soon as you give up, you just allow them to win. And we can't allow them to win, but fucking hell, it's tiring. It's so tiring. Well, seeing how much power they have, the influence, and the right can't do anything about it but hope and fucking pray that Trump does something. Just doesn't. Ugh. They've had decades of no real consequences. They literally steal billions in elections. Yes! It's exhausting! And the only thing we can do is just vote our way out of this. Pray to God that Trump actually is effective, and yet he wants to negotiate with 10 walls. There's no negotiating with them. They don't care. They lie, they steal, they rape, they kill. That doesn't matter. There's no negotiation with them. They shot the guy who wanted to talk. I don't give a fuck. And yet we had to sit here, twiddle our thumbs, and pray to fucking God that Trump is actually gonna do something about it. Oh! Ugh. Black penalty is death, that's true. I live in Minnesota most of my life, and like 80% of the people I met are like this. Yeah, honestly, listen, Minnesotans are still in America. I'm not saying give it up. We cannot give up our states. We cannot give up our cities. We cannot give up our people as a foreign invaders. But holy fuck. We do need to learn how to exile. We need to learn how to actually punish real traitors. Because we can't allow this to keep on going on. We're just actual legit suicide happening here. Thank you, Boog, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did he just say Will Stansel? It do be like that. Yeah, I saw that a Honda, I forget what model is, I don't know cars. Whatever Will Stansel's car is, apparently got totaled. And a lot of people are like, no, they got Will Stansel! So far, it hasn't been proven that it actually is Will Stansel, but it'd be fucking hilarious if it was. I thank you, Mana Yod Sushi, for the $9.99. Thank you, my dude. Trump had the will of the people, but he didn't have the friendly elite support to counteract the deep state until it was too late and too little do any good. I would say that would be the case for his first term in 2016, where he, and granted, I know 2016 was a harder election for him to win, but he still won in the end. And a lot of people were supporting him as being constantly slandered by the media, and he thought he could actually change things from the inside, but he couldn't, and he didn't know what he was doing. He was just like blubbering around. He made a lot of mistakes. But a lot of people were supporting of him, including me. And then 2020 happened. He learned his lesson, supposedly, and we thought he was going to come back with a fiery and a fury for 2020. Is it the Jews? Or 2025, suddenly when he got into power. But he's now a politician. He's no longer a businessman or an entertainer like he was in 2016. He's a full-blown politician now. It's been 10 fucking years. And he's aware of the deep state, but he's not actually doing anything to actually properly drain the swamp, not to the full extent. I don't expect him to, because it's a mix of ego and optics and the fact he's kissed the wall. And kissing the wall is a major factor for what's happening here. Is he still better than Kamala? 100%. I will never ever vote for Kamala, no matter what. In this case, I'll never vote for a Democrat. Just because. They are far, far worse. And I don't believe in accelerationism, even though I understand the appeal of it. But he's not the solution. He's not the final solution. He's not gonna be our savior. He's no longer the god emperor that we need him to be. Kyrgyzstan is not free. You know, Kyrgyzstan is still under foreign occupation and is only getting worse. So, we just gotta keep on fighting on. So. Thank you, Jay from Subway, for the 25 shekels. Thank you, my dude. You're very generous about that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Especially being on Ko-Fi, too. Fuck you, too. I can't cancel the Stansel! Oh god, I kind of hope it actually well, okay, I don't want Will Stansel to be totaled, because that means he probably would have died, and I don't want him to die, obviously. Because the people dying is bad, okay? But at the same time, it would be fucking hilarious if it was Will Stansel. Oh my god. Amal, I sent you the best representation of that in your Discord. Are you meaning stream suggestions? Or is it someplace else? If it's not on stream suggestions, I'm probably not going to see it on... What is this? Amal memes. Oh, no. Can I post this? Maybe? Okay, I'm probably not going to. The 88 makes it a little bit sussy-wussy. So... I know what 88 means. Once again, Greenland's not for sale, but is California to be traded? See, I've talked about this before. And giving up our cities and our states is suicide. It's literal actual suicide. I understand where people are coming from, but by succeeding states, we are losing huge parts of America. Like, in the case of New York and California, there are major cities in there that take up a lot of our economy. And while I'm not one that's going, her dear GDP go up type of deal, right? I'm not gonna go that far. For those things. Why should we sacrifice huge swaths of American land to foreigners and communists and traders? We can get rid of all of them. Is it going to be overnight? No. Is it going to be easy? No. Are more people going to die? Yes. Unfortunately, I don't advocate for that, but it's just the reality of the situation. But it's suicidal to basically willingly lose to the enemy like that. California is America. It wasn't until Reagan passed amnesty that it became hardcore blue-coded. New York City is still a huge part of America. It's always been a little bit on the blue side. But at this point, it's like 67% foreign. I'm not even joking. The demographics in New York City are fucking abysmal there. And if we were to get rid of the foreigners, that would help significantly. Minnesota would be the only one I could maybe say is a lost cause because it's been blue even in 1984. But even then, it was only by a little bit that it won, and a lot of people chalk it up to the fact that the president running against Republican at the time was from that state. But it's still not worth giving up actual American soil and cities when it's ours. Not traders, not foreigners, not communists. That's America. Right there. We should not be giving it up. We should be kicking them out. So... there we go. Sorry. Winking. Rebel, the likes are so low, these are rookie numbers. Well, I don't really like the show that much. But I mean, yes, I mean, since you brought it up, a wonderful Rumble bro there. You know, don't forget to like and subscribe if on Rumble and YouTube. Or follow if you're on Kick, I guess. That'd be hella cool. Help me out in the algorithm. That'd be super, super nice if you could. If you don't want to, understandable. I'm lazy too. But you know, since you brought it up, well. So. Oh no, she's doing the honeypot e-whore thing. I mean, yeah. I listen, chat, right? Every single woman on the internet is an e-whore. She's a thought. If she breathes, she's a thought. And I'm not even exaggerating here. Also, I am a Fed. I do work for Mossad. I do receive shekels. So, enjoy the ride. Listen, it happens, it happens. Where am I at with my tabs? I still have a lot of tabs we can discuss if we here. So let's see. You know what? Because I brought it up that if she breathes, she's a thought. I want to rant about women for a hot second. Okay? You know, it's not an Amalgamyte stream, okay? It's not the Fed honeypot, Mossad agent, whatever buzzword you want to put on me type of a stream. And I don't at least rant about women at least once. Because holy fuck. I hate women with a burning passion. I think I hate women. Actually, know what I hate in-laws a lot more. But like, it's like with that, it's more passive because if I see one, I just like stay 5 feet. Actually, like 15 feet away because it's not worth it, right? But with women, it's just like I hate. I guess I have all that internalized misogyny inside me, and so it makes it insufferable. Especially since like I'm also a woman. Last time I checked, sometimes I have a 12-inch penis. It depends on my mood, and it's like, why am I also like this as well? Like I kind of hate it. So, anyways, now I really don't care about Radfin Hitler here. Like she's a fucking hot mess of an account. Like she's just a joke. She's a locale, whatever the case is. I literally do not care about her. But these fat ass mass agents murder this man for being handsome, refusing to be scared of them. I don't fucking care. She pretends to be based. Woman can't be based. She's just a fucking radical feminist that hates the fact that she's another mid. Like most women are, by the way. Most women are mid. That's the definition of mid, is average, okay? Most people are average. That's the normal round of things to go. So, and all that fun stuff. I don't really care about her opinion. It is this woman's opinion that I cannot fucking stand. And I took me everything in my power to not quote tweet her and try to start a fight. Because usually I try to avoid, like, Twitter drama as much as possible. Okay? Because this woman here actually does have decent takes. Generally. Okay? Generally does have decent takes. Probably one of the few women I actually do follow on social media from what I've seen before. And this is what I mean when women can't be in politics. Like, we can always just point at the crazy fucking leftists and how they act and the race traitors that they are, all that fun stuff, right? But then we have women on the right. Where the fuck did I put the tab? Sorry, like I had a lot of them. We have women on the right. As soon as shit hits the fan, they're a lost cause. They're a fucking lost cause. We can't do this. We can't do this with these people, okay? Like, it's holy fuck. Oh shit, there's a raid on YouTube? Who was the raid? Wait, was it Shiroy? Okay, my apologies. My apologies for missing that raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We were going over the events of what happened in Minnesota over the past weekend, like Alex Pretti being shot by the police, single group chat leak. Now we're raiding about women. So, thank you for the raid. Hope you enjoyed the ride. Mods, if you could shout her out, that'd be greatly appreciated. Please do in the Rumble chat so actually know what restream's not working properly. Just shout her out. Thank you. And hope you had a nice play. Thank you. Okay. Now let's read this fucking psychobabble here. And then the fucking cute fucking seal. Oh my god, okay. Hate women. No one can accuse me of being sympathetic in any way towards illegals. My track record is unblemished in that regard. Yet I find myself hating this iteration of ICE just as much, and I've been trying to consolidate these two things in my mind. I'm so surprised she hasn't deleted this. I'm so surprised. Last night I realized it was exactly this. They have sub-zero aura. Most disgusting aesthetics of any government arm in history, and that includes these non-binary luggage-stealing Kalu thing who Biden signed in nuclear. So the non-binary alien who would steal luggage and cross-dress, who was part of the nuclear department, head of nuclear in the Biden administration, has more aura being a disgusted fucking pervert than the ICE agent doing his job and deporting illegal. And he's not even fat. Like, he's in a bunch of fucking layers because it's fucking cold as shit in Minnesota. And he's got all this protective gear on in it. Like, what the fuck? Fat, bumbling, and exuding incompetence and unprofessionalism at every single turn. No self-control, no self-restraint, no self-discipline. Faces covered, hairy guns spilling out over their belts. They look and act less dignified than your average Brampton Mall security guard. What is this woman talking about? Like I said, they're not fat. they're really not incompetent or unprofessional. Like, I know this is about the Alex Pretti situation, but we already went over the details earlier in stream. It's a really messy situation, but they're not really at fault here for what happened. So, if the termly online right fetishization of the aura, quote-unquote, of Nazism had any intellectual consistency, they feel the same way. But they instead attempt to patch the aesthetic chasm by slapping on their delusional meme fantasy goggles, transforming the gluttonous, drooling incompetence into physically / mentally fit and disciplined Nazi chads when they couldn't be possibly more different in real life. What is this schizobabble that she's reading? Like, when I read this yesterday, I was like, what is this woman on? Authoritarianism is, as a political mandate, isn't actually the problem per se. But in authoritarian system, the authorities are meant to have authority. More authority, certainly, than those who are supposedly wielding their authority over. Which, I agree with this point. Which is what ICE was doing in this moment. The moment you have an aversion of that, where the supposed enemy, quote-unquote, appears to have more dignity, very being aura, than the authorities trying to smack them down, you have lost. Did she see the video, or she's just going based off this picture? Where he looks less like a rat, and a lot more handsome and taken care of here. So, in this case. So, and even then, who cares? He's a leftist who's committing multiple crimes versus the ICE agent's trying to do his job. Like, this is what happened to the woke. Those assigned to their slots of authority looked and behaved in these retarded, insane ways, and they very rapidly lost the optic war against those they had attempted to dehumanize. All of whom looked incredibly normal by comparison. That's because they were completely fucking crazy. You already mentioned the non-binary luggage cross-dresser from Biden. Absolutely insane. If you watch like Biden's Christmas celebrations under the White House, it looked like the fucking Hunger Games in those cases. Like, being a non-binary fat woman, and being a male-female cross-dresser is disgusting. Being gay is disgusting. Like, all these things are very abnormal in those regards. That's why they... But even then, it's not really the optic war in this case. It's that they went too far, too fast after 2020, but they had complete control, and they probably would have longer control if Elon didn't buy Twitter and change how censorious they were, because they had complete control over everything. The news, social media, content creation, everything. In this case, they really didn't lose the optic war, even though normies got tired of them. They lost because Elon bought Twitter and was able to change the discourse that was happening, because the political discourse happens all on Twitter. And there was a huge shift there, and even then it's still not perfect. Like, she is schizoing out. This is also how the downfall of so many different authoritarian systems began. Normal people began noticing the corruption and incompetence and indignity where their supposed betters had failed. What we're seeing in Minnesota is a consistent optic of obese, three stooge-esque, undisciplined retards attacking seemingly normal people. I don't know where you see the normal people at with Renee Good, okay? And then the rat. Escalating every situation they are involved in because they have no self-discipline. What are you this was yesterday. If this was like right when it happened, I could maybe see where she's coming from with the whole no self-discipline thing, because the original video does not really look very good. It's not that we have multiple angles and frame by frames and slow downs and the SIG discussion and everything else that things get more clarified in that case. It was yesterday. Yes, you can sit there and try to dismiss all of it as being necessary and legitimate by pointing to even very valid reasons with immigration and the left, but it doesn't mean anything to a normie. Which I would agree with this point too, which is why Alex Pretti is a messy situation, which is unfortunate. But we need to get over that aspect of things and keep on pushing forward and stop crying over it. But not because of them being fat and ugly and unprofessional. It's because it was a messy situation in general where the leftist put his life on the line on purpose. And then the SIG went off. And that's a SIG fault. So, anyways, To a non-terminally online, non-echo chamber capture normie American, the authorities currently appear unnormal, and those have designated as enemies appear normal. They do not. They do not. Normies are, by their very namesake, normal. They will support and relate to those who appear normal every single time. They aren't interested in interrogating the many facets of complex social, economic, and political issues. Their baseline is normalcy, and towards normalcy they will always gravitate. Which I agree with this case. There's a reason why the Seahawks were Googled like crazy on Sunday, and not anything to do with ICE or anything like that. They will stick their head in the sands. They will continue grilling. They will continue going about their daily lives and not actually caring about these different issues. And so there is importance there when it comes down to this. But that's not the problem with the Pretti situation. I mean, it kind of is, but it kind of isn't, and is not for the reasons why she's saying. This is why supporters of these actions immediately try to make the victims seem far less normal than they are, digging through their histories or even outright fabricating nonsense about them. Even if they don't consciously know what they're doing to it, what they're doing it. Wait, hold on. I completely misread that sentence. Even if they don't consciously know why they're doing it, subconsciously they recognize there's an aesthetic imbalance that's working against them right now. And notice, Gavin Newsom, who was the furthest thing from normal, mind you, is already alleging normality as an aesthetic theme in his campaign preliminaries. From what I've seen, he's not. He's trying to copy Trump, and they're copying a bunch of right-leaning memes in this case. But basically, long story short, Teal Deer from that hot garbage mess is that these ICE agents aren't attractive because they have so much layers and tactical gear, and they have to cover their face to protect themselves, that she doesn't want to support ICE anymore. I hate women. I hate women so much. I don't want to fuck them, so therefore I don't like them. That's literally her thought process here. That's it. She's trying to sound smart in this case, where she's like all about normalcy and appearing to normies and stuff like that, which is a valid argument, which is unfortunate with the Pretti situation because it is messy. Even if ICE is in the right here, it is messy and doesn't really look really good, which is why the right started walking away and crying. But that wasn't her argument. Her argument is that they're fat and they're not attractive and they have no aura. Get women out of politics, okay? I don't care if that means I stop streaming. I will happily stop streaming if I had to, if repeal the 19th, take my credit card away, whatever the case is. I don't fucking care. Okay, just get a woman. Please. This is such a joke. Like, I don't care about Bride from Hitler. She's a joke by default. But this Paglia, the hated woman, is actually generally decent on these different topics about different stuff. But since she spends 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 paragraphs talking about how she doesn't want to fuck ICE agents. And so therefore they're bad. And then happens to have a cute seal picture on this just because, oh, I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. Hey, woman! She's got the ick. It's over. Packing in Western civilization had a good run, but one woman got the ick. Exactly the case. And there's so many women on the right that were doing exactly this, and I just could not stand it. And there's men doing the same thing too. Stop! Sorry, this pisses me off. But anyway, it doesn't piss me off, and I greatly appreciate, and sorry for missing this, is Ken JMG. Thanks for the 5 subby bubbies over on Rumble. That's hella cool. That makes me happy, obviously. Not women. Fuck women. And not in the procreation way. I hate women. But thank you for the good subby bubbies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much, because I'm a hypocrite. And I'm a woman in politics. So while women are allowed in politics, I will be talking about politics. So thank you for supporting me. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I kind of feel bad for the new people. Because, I get loud from sometimes. Thank you, Haster the Fool, for the $10 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Malga called this a hasty generalization, but I think this lady is self-deluded and can't look at things in reality because it's too outside her worldview. She needs to warp it to suit what she needs. I fucking guess. I mean, I don't want to say I guess, because here's the thing is, one, she's a foreigner technically. She's some sort of I don't know where she's, which usually I try not to like care about where the person comes from if they're still white and European, because it's a white genocide across the board, and so picking over who's American versus European when we're both facing genocide and replacement does not solve the problem. I'm not sure how much of a non she actually is. Could be Spanish non, but like I can tell that she speaks some sort of Sloppinish, obviously, or if she's actually like Mexican. Sorry. But like generally, if you have good takes, then I'm going to agree with you, right? Like that's my position. Obviously, you're going to get deported, but she's not even American, so she has good takes and I agree with her. But this is the absolute Vanta black coal. Like, actually, we need something more than Vanta black coal, because Vanta black is still not even dark enough for how badly she's burning right here. So, apologies to leave, opinion dismissed. Well, generally, she's got good takes from what I've seen before in the past. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm a fan of her or anything like that, but like, you know, she seems relatively reasonable from what I've seen. This is insane, which I get everyone's like, maybe I'm being harsh, because every once in a blue moon, obviously, people are gonna have a bad take, right? Like, I know I was told that apparently this was my first real bad take, and that's why I got so much backlash for it. I disagree, but I'll just, you know, maybe I'm being a hypocrite here, for different things, right? Like, every once in a while, you're gonna have a bad take on certain things because you're human, whatever the case is. But this is just so abysmal, it's not even fucking funny, and I lost the tab with her. There she is. Like, a woman gets the ick because she doesn't find the ice agent attractive, and she finds the rat more attractive in this case before he died, and so therefore, deportations must stop. And it's all about appealing to normies all of a sudden, which I mean it is, but it isn't at the same time. Like, oh my fucking... Ugh. And, okay, sorry. I'm going into my rant again about how she's a woman. But to address the super chat, because you bring up about the whole self-deluded, can't look at things in reality, outside her worldview type of deal. The thing is, she's a woman, and that's why she has these opinions. 100%. I brought up earlier about women's empathy belongs to, it's literally the heat map meme, right? And, where they care about foreigners and people that hate them, just because that's how women act. Like, they see someone get hurt, and they feel bad for him. This is an actual study that's been done before. I know Lumlum brought it up on the Archcast, but I actually, where she heard it from. It's an actual real study that was done, where they would give shock as a punishment for cheaters who were playing a game. Well, men didn't feel anything to the cheaters that got shocked because they actually felt pleasure for being punished. Women would literally bend over backward. Women would actually feel bad for the cheaters who got punished, even though they were actually. It's just one of those cases that is part woman biological functions, and that's okay. Women are supposed to be like this because it's supposed to be directed towards friends and family, which is why they're so bad for politics, because they care about everyone equally, or in the case of the left, more about the outgroup preference because of the way they are, I guess, more than actual in-group, and so therefore, because this woman doesn't want to fuck the ICE officer, she has this, because she is attracted to the guy who died, and so therefore she's gonna side with the guy who died. So, can't make this shit up. Yeah, I need to lower my volume when Amal talks about a woman. True. I think every single time that I've talked about women before, I always it turns into me screaming. I hate women. Reveal the 19th. Yes. Like, I don't know what's wrong with me. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I do worry about this from time to time. Because I feel like this isn't normal, because I am a vagina holder, last I checked. You know, it's been a minute since I checked, I know. But, like, I don't think it's normal for me to not care about this kind of stuff. Right? Like, I don't care that he died. My empathy receptors are not going out for him. Like, I see videos of, like, dead children. Like, I recently watched Generation Kill. Because I told it was, I know my community was talking about it one time and it piqued my interest. And, like, I would watch that and I'd be like, yeah! Dead hoagies! Let's go! Like, I don't care about what happens in the Middle East, because the sand people are the sand people and there's constant problems there. Like, I literally don't give a fuck. In this case. And I know this is not exactly normal as a woman. So I don't know what has happened to me. Maybe it's also me, like, being so involved with politics for so long that I've been fried by it. But something is wrong with me, and it's probably not a good thing. Hopefully it doesn't affect me being a mother. Because, like, the thing about my apathy, too, it's not just applied to, like, Pretti, right? Or the TV show, because it is a TV show, as chat mentions before. But, like, it also applies in real life, too. Like, I do sometimes wonder if I'm actually, like, some sort of, like, high-functioning sociopath or psychopath in some way, shape, or form. Because I just don't care. I care about my friends and family. But at a certain point, when you're a shitty fucking person, I just do not care. Maybe it's because I was raised by my dad. And I have a lot of male interests in general. I've always had a lot of male interests in general. But something's wrong with me. Like, actually wrong with me, I feel like. So... Fucking hell. But, regardless of whatever's wrong with me, I still think women can't be based. Because we have, like, things like this, right? And I'm sure I'm gonna have some sort of bad take that's very woman-coded in a lot of ways. I mean, I do a lot of woman things just in general by default. So, like, I'm definitely a woman in a lot of ways. So, just remember, chat, women can't be based. There's always going to be some sort of issue that they're going to just be absolutely abysmal on. Whatever the situation is. In this case, the ICE agent isn't fuckable, so therefore I got the ick, and therefore we must stop deportations that are unprofessional and fat and lazy. After you talked about the bubble, we all know something was wrong with you. I think I know what you're referencing with that bubble, and you're no, don't bring it up. So, you're very Floyd-like for sure. Thank you. I'm glad I have some sort of womanliness in me somewhere. That's the correct empathy. Love your family and tribe, I guess. Maybe, you know what? I talk about birth control a lot. And how badly it fucks up your system. You want to bet that this bitch is on birth control, actually? Like, there's a lot of other problems that exist out there that have been absolutely destroying both men and women. Which is why we have some hardcore, like, high-level, sorry. Let me rephrase that. That's why we have a bunch of, like, low-T men that are taking part of this and part of the whole front, like, the heat map going on there. Other than the woman makes sense, right? But then the men being low T or high prolactin, and having, preferring the out group over the in group as well is a huge problem, in its own right. But, like, I wonder if it's also partly birth control in this case, because, like, I've never been on hormonal birth control. Is that why I prefer, like, the family and tribe myself? Or... I mean, it's probably a multitude of issues when you think about it, at least in my case. No hormonal birth control, raised by a single father, just having tomboy interests in general from the get-go, like, different things like that. Horrible mother. It's probably a multitude of factors in that case. So, hormonal stuff for decades will mess with you. Obviously, yeah, exactly. Especially when you start during puberty, which a lot of girls do. But it's just, and when you think about it, 99.9% of women are on birth control at this time. And it's handed out like fucking candy. That it's like the norm for this case. Huh. I also realized it did the whole "I'm not like other girls" thing right now. Oh my god, chat. I'm such a unique little unicorn. I'm so much better than these other bitches out there. Like, oh my god, because I'm not on birth control. And something's wrong with my empathy perceptors for whatever the case is. For all these different reasons. So, oh my god, chat. I realized I just did that. But like, I'm kind of okay with that. Because if that means that foreigners get deported, then it's worth it. I mean, you aren't. You're a black man. True. Single father definitely factors into it. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I didn't have a single father. I had... I don't know. I count him as a single father because my mom was there for a good chunk of my life. But she was useless at best and abusive at worst. And my dad took care of me from a very young age instead of her for basic things like showers, food, getting me to school, that kind of deal. So I consider him a single father. And then he also got custody because she was that bad. So there's that. You've seen you with the other ladies on the Archcast. You are like other girls. There we go. There we go here. Oh, thank you, Shadilay, for the 20 fucking shekels. Thank you, over on Ko-Fi. Thank you. That's very generous of you. I can't thank you enough. But then I lost it. What happened with that? There we go. They're back to it. To take your mind off hating women, this will hopefully make you hate men a bit. Oh my. Kill yourself. Okay, fine. I will throw your 20 shekels to the FNAF fund, and I will fucking kill you whenever this shit gets funded. I hate you, and I hate women now. Congratulations, you both pissed me off. I got $20 reduced FNAF. Girls with mommy issues become tomboys. Boys with mommy issues become serial killers. Yeah, actually. It must have been pretty bad for your dad to get custody with family court. Yeah, she wasn't great. There's definitely worse mothers out there, don't get me wrong. And I've heard some pretty horror stories from different people. But yeah, she wasn't great. So it is what it is. Back to the endless barrage of fear-mongering by TikTok, social selling to women how bad it is to motherhood, try to be like men despite being told they're equal as a power kick for the social mess. Yes. Yes. As well. So it's not in this case for this fucking bitch right here. But for the rest of the women, yes, 100%. We need to get a woman off the internet in general. I'm not even kidding, right? Women are literally children. Like, they stop developing at like 15, 16 years old. I fucking swear to God. Okay? Women are literally children. Stop them, like, and women hate each other like a burning passion. And they constantly sabotage each other. They're always nagging and nitpicking and lying and saying, and whenever one's single and the other one has a relationship, they always try to destroy the other ones. So, like, it's insufferable. And they do the same thing online too. They get themselves into a frenzy. And they can't stop doom scrolling, and that's not projection right there, I swear. In this case, and you need to separate them from their friends. Okay? You need to get them when they're like 18 or right out of high school. Don't send them to college. College is a slut factory. It's a hot fucking mess. You're gonna turn them into suicidal fucking Renee Goods here, okay? Get them at 18, right before they go to college. Make sure they're out of high school. Separate them from their friends. Get them off the internet and impregnate her and put baby in and get babies going. Get that baby factory going and keep her at home. Get her off hormonal birth control. She's been on it for 4 years too long. And just keep her there. And then all the problems will be solved. Oh, fuck, you know. Oh, shit. Thank you, Lord Rexford, for the raid over on Rumble. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Make sure to check out Lord Rexford out here. And thank you, mods, for shouting him out. Really appreciate that. Speaking of which, you know, I'll wait till it gets closer. For different things, but yeah, keep your eye out for different stuff with that. Barefoot, chained to the stove, and never a month than a month without pregnancy. True and real. Thank you, Christos, for the $2, $4, $6, $8 reduce. Thank you. Trying to hit the goal. I think you're hitting the goal. But stream is about to end, so I will get the IRL P.E.P.E hoodie for myself later. With it though, I guess I won't post any pictures of it, of me wearing it, I should say, because flesh posting is gay. But I will wear it later. But trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. I think I do have a picture of it somewhere. I can pull it up on stream, actually. Give me a second. Oh my god. Why do I have so many notifications? That's a lot of notifications I'm gonna have to check out later. But hey, the world's not dying, so that's what matters. Now I have to go find it. Did I upload it to Dropbox? I know I took a picture of it, but then I'm not sure what I did with it. At this point in time, you can see the IRL frog hoodie here. I know. Like, best fucking part of stream right now. Me looking at my phone, scrolling through pictures to figure out what the fuck I did with it. All I'm seeing is not gay. Okay, what was that about? When did I take this picture? Aha! There it is. Okay, let me get this to Dropbox. That's Discord. You know what? Discord works too. It's easier actually than Dropbox. There we go. We're gonna harass one of the NWAs with it. And he's gonna be very confused. Meanwhile, while that's loading, thank you, Hester the Fool, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. I was only half listening. What about birth control and baby making? Well, I won't get into the nitty-gritty details right now, for everything. But hormonal birth control is absolutely abysmal to women because, it basically makes their bodies think that they're pregnant when they're not. And when you give it to a woman when she's going through puberty, or a girl, I should say, you know, when they're about 14, 15, 16 years old, and you're giving them false hormones, and once again, making their body believe that they're pregnant, there's gonna be problems. It's this logical fucking force right there. That's why they have so many side effects, like, like gaining weight, becoming schizo, PCOS, a whole bunch of other different factors at hand. And it really fucks them up mentally and physically. It does also make it harder for them to actually get pregnant later in life too. So, I think, well, but the thing is, most women actually are on hormonal birth control, because like I said, it's giving out like candy. You have a bad period or bad cramps, you get hormonal birth control. You have bad acne, you get hormonal birth control. All these different things just completely fuck over a woman's body. And, it's awful. Absolutely fucking awful for women. And most women are on it. Hence why most women are crazy. Let's hear. Okay, I don't see pictures. So anyway, this is the hoodie a wonderful chatter got me essentially. So it's my IRL P.E.P.E hoodie. My IRL P.E.P.E hoodie right here. So I will wear this after stream. You guys hit the goal. So thank you for hitting the second goal for. I was really jealous of you guys. You guys have been really, really nice. Really, really nice. Why is it so wrinkly? Because I don't iron anything. So and it was like right out of the package when I took this picture. Apparently I took this picture back in November. So, which is why it took me so long to find it on my phone. And I'm really bad at actually like showing what I have actually. Like for example, I did take a picture of the Quality Learning Center a sweatshirt that I have, and I just didn't do anything with it. There we go. Trium's also getting more pictures that I'm gonna pull up for Discord. Because it's much easier than dealing with fucking Dropbox. I just drag it from Discord over into it. Where's my Quality Learning Center? Hold on. There we go. He's enjoying it. He sent me a gif. Got my faggot killer. Thank you, Trium. I'm glad you're enjoying my picture show that I'm. Fuck you! I'm not a cloud storage device. Too bad. You are now. It's easier than having to deal with Dropbox here. So also the P.E.P.E hoodie is like a pillow pet as well. So it can turn into this if you like stuff its face. Also, why are you calling it ugly couch? It's just a brown fucking couch. Jesus Christ. It's just a regular brown fucking couch. But yeah, it's a pillow pet. And yes, there's a bunch of cat hair because the cat likes to sleep on the couch. It just looks like you're a catch to me. Thank you here. Then see. Suspicious here? No. And here's my Quality Learning Center sweatshirt. It came in. So I must say, so if you're interested in getting a Quality Learning Center sweatshirt yourself, I would probably say it's relatively true to size. Relatively. Because I got medium because I like baggy sweatshirts. And the arms are really baggy. Like, those are like 2 to 3 times my size when it comes to the arms. And it's okay in the chest. It's fine. In those regards. And maybe this is actually, I think it's actually made for males. I don't think Nick Shirley actually expected a woman to buy one of these. Which is fine. It's fine, right? I'm not exactly the demographic here. So that's why I think the arms are like so big and the chest is okay. But when you get down to the hips, it's actually uncomfortable. Not gonna lie. Because like I tried, like I have to bunch it up. I can't actually get it over my ass. I mean, I can, but it's really tight, and like it hugs my hips a lot, and so I can't actually like tuck it down properly to make it like comfortable for my hips. Well, I mean, I can bunch it up, which is fine. It still works, I guess. But, like, it's not how I like to wear sweatshirts. I kind of like wearing sweatshirts, like, not like dresses. But, like, I like getting them at least over my hips a little bit. So... And I can't. It's super tight. That looks like about a 1XL. It's medium. It's medium. So most guys don't wear the hoodie that low, I guess. I always wear mine that way. That way it covers up my ass a little bit because I don't like wearing I wear skinny jeans. I like having my ass a little bit covered because like I just feel like it's weird to not cover my ass. It feels like I don't know. Woman likes hoodies. More news at 11. Yeah, I have so many of them. I have so many hoodies. So I was debating on not getting this because I was like, do I really need another sweatshirt? But I was like, I kind of want to get it because it's super funny. So then I asked the Discord server and they said I should, so I eventually did, obviously. Not a loot tuber, by the way. Starts talking about her ass. I'm sorry. I'm not a loot tuber. I'm trying to give sizing regulations here, okay? Once again, I'm sure Nick Shirley's not expecting a woman to actually buy a sweatshirt, and that's understandable. But I guess if you have if you also have hips and an ass, keep that in mind. I guess I don't know. Because at least on me, the arms are so big. The chest is good. Like that's how baggy I like it in the chest. But once it gets down to the hips, no go. So skinny jeans, but also hoodie must cover blood. Yeah, because I like black skinny jeans and combat boots. Okay, I'm still like half stuck in my emo phase. I occasionally wear like a band tee. I have a ton of like band sweatshirts that I love to wear. Like half of my sweatshirts are band sweatshirts here. So and that's what I do. Yes, sizing. What are your measurements again? I don't know. I don't measure myself. So I wear for like shirts I wear small to medium depending on the situation. Like every shirt's different. Hips don't fit for the chest area, is plenty of room. Thank you, Hat Sir the Fool, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. Some drown while others die of thirst. She's Mewtwo shaped for your convenience. Oh. My tits are not that small to be Mewtwo shaped. Okay? But then we're getting to like real YouTuber area if I start talking about my tits as well, and I'm not gonna go that far, okay? I'm not gonna go that far. So I'm like a mask. Oh, I got many rings. Good for you. Girl next door, by the way. Fuck you. Says not an ethot. Oh, I am an ethot. I'm 100% an ethot. Like, every woman online is an ethot. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not being hyperbolic. If a woman is actually online and active and not a lurker, that means she is asking for validation and attention, usually from men, 9 times out of 10, or other women, depending on what the context of her activity is. And so therefore, and women are fed by attention. Like, they need attention to survive. If they don't get attention, they wither away. Like, they lose their purpose in life. You know how, like, you hear stories about, like, men who, like, don't work anymore and, don't have any goals in life when they, like, hit 80 and retire and then, they die within, like, a year or something like that? Like, that's how what women are with attention, okay? So every woman that's active online is an actual ethot. She is an e-whore. Keep that in mind. I'm not gonna go that far after going that far. Okay, fine. I get the point. I fucked up. My apologies. The sweatshirt is nice. This is also very nice. I like hoodies. There we go. Go. I hate women. Congratulations. We were circling back. We're circling back to hating women. Oh, fuck me. Everything's fine. I miss when P.E.P.E. was a right-wing symbol, not gonna lie. I mean, he still is. He's just not used very often anymore, but he's still like a respectable old meme. And like even before he was a right-wing symbol, he was a universal meme that was beloved by everybody. Which was great. I love P.E.P.E. I love P.E.P.E. so fucking much, but I'm despite me being a boomer in a zoomer's body, and despite my lack of technological development, and despite a bunch of other aspects of me, I am like I enjoy old memes. Like I love P.E.P.E. still, obviously, hence the P.E.P.E. hoodie. I do miss Kekistan. One of my favorite memes, Rick rolling. And I will not. I still like it to this day. Okay, listen, Rick Astley isn't that bad. A lot of my memes I references are actually old. I don't really keep. I'm not exactly hip with the kids. So, that's I guess my. I'm still stuck in 2016 in a lot of ways. P.E.P.E. is so far right. Lefties catch fire when they see him. Maybe. I know the AADL considers him like a hate symbol. Well, they made him a hate symbol like back in I think 2016, 17, 2018, somewhere in that lines. I can't remember. Those cases. So, but I think he is still. I know the left doesn't use him anymore, but the right still does on occasion here. She's not gooning the Rick Astley, is she? No, the man looks okay. On the 80s video, he looks like he is like 12, and he's got a voice of a 50-year-old. It is disturbing. Okay, it's insane how crazily different his voice fits his body, and it's not even fucking funny. I know nowadays he's like an old man because it's been like 50 years. And that's a little bit too much even for me, even though I'm a grave robber. But no, I'm not getting the Rick Astley, but I do go into his voice. There's a difference. Oh, Anyway, so besides me oversharing things again, like I do a bit much. I need somebody to leash me. I need to control myself. In general here. So I can actually shut up before I commit more suicide. Remember, friendly reminder, I'll be on Broken Crown on Wednesday at 2:30 p.m. EST, and then afterwards I will stream my normal time, 7:45 p.m. EST. I don't know what we'll do on Wednesday. Could be a game, maybe politics. We'll see how the wind blows by then. Kind of lean towards game. I'm kind of getting tired of politics. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sick and tired of this Minnesota shit, but we'll see how things go. For now, I will be sending YouTube bros to Pippa. She is not political. So do not bring politics into her chat. That is gay. We do not like the gays here. Gays get shot on sight. That's a joke, YouTube. And so therefore, don't bring that up, okay? Okay? Glad we're on the same page there. Kick Bros is sending you guys a leaflet. She is political. Looks like she's talking about actually the Alex Pretti situation herself. So make sure you just follow her rules and regulations. Don't be too spicy. If you feel like glowing, just glow properly. All that fun stuff. And Rumble Bros, obviously you get the cut chair as per usual. Thank you everybody for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed stream. Thank you for all the subby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spankings. You guys were very, very nice. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a good night. I will see you guys on Monday. Why? Why? Why?
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?